Uh-oh.
Okay, so still just slow.
Were, but I don't hear it anymore.
You just have to hold it for a while.
I think we're good.
I'm here, hurry up. You see my.
It's a second one, do you have a second one? Okay. Oh, yeah, it is, it's slow, yeah. It's slow like. Yeah, that's all. That's it. Yeah, you're in the right spot.
I'm afraid it's gonna print an agenda so that you guys have a paper one also.
Did y'all ever get approval to do your piece in here?
We believe so. I need to explain it to be sure.
They're getting better,
To put in for being able to do video conference stuff better.
last time was the worst ever, but it was weird.
Well, dedicated camera.
I could hear. I could hear.
All right, so we have Turner with us. Turner, can you hear us? All right, and let's see, Jonathan Watt. Jonathan, can you come on screen with us as well?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, in fact, let me turn that up a little bit, okay? Dr. Newsom, you want to call us to order, we can kick off.
Yes, we're at the board offices and that is June the 28th and our start time for now, so. What's our first item on the agenda, support group?
So this morning, we have one return appearance at the last board meeting. The board met with Mr. Jonathan Watt and instructed him to go get on contract with the support group. And also I was waiting to see if he would enroll in an IOP program according to the clinical suggestions we have been given. If he did so by this meeting, come back to me to the board to request reinstatement of his intern license to be able to go back towards rotations. So Mr. Lott is here with us today. I've heard from Mr. Turner that he is engaged and is doing his normalized testing and is entered into an IOP program. The staff suggestion would be, in accordance with what we've done in past precedent, is if the board wants to let him go back to practice, we put him under a probationary consent order that would include 2 years of monitoring as a pharmacist, so get him through his education in 2 years. And I know Mr. Lott's here to help answer any questions you guys may have as well, if you consider that.
Mr. Lott, how are you doing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you?
Okay, and what are you doing right now?
So right now I'm in, like Dr. Kirtley said, I'm enrolled in IOP and I'm with the Arkansas Pharmacy Support Group. I've also gotten a counselor and I meet with them right now every 2 weeks, but that can go to every week depending on the situation.
So how are you feeling about being with the support group?
I mean, I'm feeling good about it. I've enjoyed it. I'm just trying to make sure right now that I do everything correctly. Just because I am, semi-new, I'm just making sure I can do everything in order. I think I'm bothering Turner a little bit too much because I'm texting him every week trying to figure out if we have a meeting or not.
Okay, but I'd rather you pester him than not pester him and get in trouble. So Turner, are you in agreement with that?
Are you in agreement that you'd rather be pestered than someone miss something?
Absolutely, yes.
For Turner?
Yeah, I'm good with getting unless it's at 11:20 at night.
Yeah, I try not to do it too much.
At 11:20 at night's fine.
Is there any questions?
I wanted to ask Dr. Kirby, so probationary consent order, 2 years of practice, so engagement, year rotations, and then 2 years of practice.
2 years as a licensed
As a licensed pharmacist, and then would that 2 years also include engagement with the support group?
Yes.
And then after that 2 years, if everything's okay, there's our expectation to continue with the support group.
No, it would, at that point, it'd be similar to what we saw earlier in the month. That at the end of that, it would be a graduation from the program, basically. We've done that a few times. We haven't had a full diagnosis of disease state, but had suggestion for ongoing monitoring and education. Okay.
So I would make a motion that we allow them back to practice, but under a probationary consent order that will continue 2 years into his licensed practice and active engagement in the support group and certain requirements for that full 2 years, on which he'll come back, I guess, to us at that point.
Yeah, of course. And we have an order basically written up to reflect that in case that's what you guys want.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
So Mr. Lott, we will send you this order. Let us know if you have any questions. Once we have that signed and returned, we'll also give it to college, because the college, this is a kind of a hand-in-hand process. They have to have you admitted at the same time that we would approve your internal license. And if we can line those up, then it will be between you and them how you return to practice or in what capacity. Right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Turner. Thanks for getting on with us this morning. Did you have anything else?
No, just hi, everybody.
Hey. Don't have too much fun with all those meetings today.
Oh, I won't. Thanks.
Thanks, Turner.
Thank you.
So with that, I think we've got a couple of our 9:30s here. Maybe you can start with. Yeah, I can go. It's off the screen also.
Mr. Austin McLean has withdrawn his application. So we will hear from you.
In front of the middle. Yes, ma'am.
How you doing?
Yes, ma'am. So, Ms. Rogers, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board, and real quickly, I'm going to go over kind of who you're talking to this morning and how this process works.
Okay.
And then we'll get into your actual request with the board.
Okay.
So on this side of the table, myself and Dr. Brenda Craig, your staff members here at the board pharmacy, we've got a couple other staff and some guests. This is an open meeting here today. The other people on your right and my left, these are 4 of our board members who are decision makers here today. And Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal conference, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. In this process, we have an application for you as a pharmacy technician that some things have come up on it that we're going to discuss here in a minute. But in this process, we call this an informal conference because it's basically a conversation back and forth across the table. With this, they have the same information in their packets that you had previously sent to us, that they're just now having a chance to look at. They're going to have some questions for you after we tell them why we're here. Most importantly, in this process, at the end of it, they're going to come up with some decision. And you can either agree or disagree with whatever that decision is. If you agree with it, then the board staff will go forward with whatever it is that they have decided. If you disagree with it, it's your chance to either say, forget this and walk away, or to request a full hearing before the full board at a later date. The full board is all 8 members. We have a hearing officer, a court reporter, an attorney, who would swear everybody in, kind of like witnesses, and would look a lot more like a court. Do you have any questions about how the process works? If you, at some point during this, if you're confused and you want to ask a clarification question or anything like that, by all means, wave your hand, raise your hand, get our attention. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Sure.
Ms. Rogers filled out an application. We ran the criminal background check. It came back with some history. In 2011, she was arrested for obstruction of justice and tampering with witness informant, which was a felony. She was arrested on 3/14 of 2013, marijuana possession of more than 1 ounce, less than a pound, child neglect, and narcotic equipment in possession. She did have a conviction for that. And then again, on 6/12 of 2013, she was arrested again for receiving stolen property, child neglect, marijuana possession less than an ounce, and narcotic equipment possession. We do not have a disposition on that last arrest. We do not have a report that. We subpoenaed all
So you're saying the second one, she has been charged with it? I mean, she got it though?
I know she was charged, she had a felony arrest for tampering with the witness.
But they did not prosecute.
Okay.
The marijuana possessions and the narcotic equipment possessions were not felonies.
And the last one, you said that this position was done, that was 8 years.
That's correct.
This with the staff, we don't have a lawyer, the statute's not a brand on
Well, we couldn't get any information back on it, so we sent request for information to the agency according to what we found.
We did get information back on the one from 3/14/2013. But we could not get any information.
So we don't know if any were dropped or not dropped.
The one on,
The first one was not prosecuted.
Okay. Second one.
The second one had a fine and court costs. And the third one, we did not get any further information, but we do not have a record of a finding on it.
It's 2011, 2013, second.
Also, what was going on in your life about 9 years ago?
Yeah,
That you were doing all the stuff that you shouldn't have been doing?
yeah, I was dealing with an individual that I should have not been dealing with. Back then, it was a situation where I was in a relationship with someone and he was into criminal activity. Basically, I was with him a lot of the times that he was caught in these acts that he was doing. It was my car that we were in most of the time, so they would, of course, say, well, it's your car, it's your fault. So I was basically caught in the middle of what he had going on a lot of the time, and they would basically use me to try to get this individual off the streets, which they eventually did. So that's pretty much what it was. It's I was around the wrong type of person back then in my life.
Okay, so you have a clean break for him?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely, yes. It was, I got away from him in 2013, June of 2013. I haven't had any dealings with them or any type of people since then.
Okay, where did this, all the stuff take place?
Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay. What brought you to Arkansas?
My mom was born here. I have family, southeast, like by Pineville, my grandma and uncles and stuff. So the closest I could get to the city was Little Rock. Since I couldn't leave the country, I didn't have any jobs. So, yeah, that's what brought me to Little Rock.
What do you currently do?
I work as a direct support professional right now. I was at Walmart, pharmacy, but since the pharmacy didn't go through right away, I resigned and told them that I would return for me to figure it out, so.
So how come you said you're not been arrested on the application?
I guess I probably didn't understand the question. I thought it was meaning like convicted. I've never, let me first say, I've never ran into this issue before, so it kind of was like, I didn't think that all of that stuff was on my background, first and foremost, because any other time I get background checks, and so it came back, good. So, and for most of those, I wasn't prosecuted. They would, arrest me for that. It was, really not me, so they would leave me alone. So I really didn't think, write this down, this happened, because I never had to in the past, and it didn't affect me. So I didn't know that they meant like arrested right now every single time, because I was never convicted. What I say.
Let me read you this sentence, and just tell me what's confused about it.
Mhm.
I'll add a little emphasis. Have you ever been cited, arrested, charged with, or convicted of a criminal offense in any state or federal court, whether or not sentence was imposed or suspended? So it's asking, have you ever been cited, arrested, convicted anywhere in the United States, whether you got a sentence or the sentence was suspended? And that seems to be a pretty great question.
It does.
And you were arrested 3 times, right? You were convicted once.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at it and reading it, it is pretty clear. The day that I did fill out this application, I had just moved back to Arkansas. I was kind of in a hurry. I had a lot going on. I had just moved back that the day before. So I don't want to make excuses, but I probably kind of rushed through the application a little bit. Like I said before, I didn't think that all of that stuff was going to pull up, because it's, first of all, it's a while ago in my life. And I didn't feel like it was going to affect me, because it has never affected me in the past. So I kind of feel like I rushed through this application, filling it out a little bit, just, checking things, because I honestly thought that I was going to be able to transfer my pharmacy from Nebraska. So I didn't think that it was.
You're a technician in Nebraska?
Yes, I am.
In good standing?
Yes.
All right, just 2 follow-up points. While these things may have occurred 8 or 9 years ago, you filled out an untrue application 3 months ago. So that makes it kind of current. As far as rushing through things, pharmacy is not the field where you want to rush through things.
So how long have you been in Arkansas? You say you just got back?
I had just got back. Yes, I moved to Arkansas 3 years ago in February of 2019. Back in November of 2021, I tried to move back to Nebraska, but it didn't work out so well. I didn't like the snow very well. So February of 2022, I decided to move back. that's when I, had, called the Arkansas State Board to, transfer my pharmacy from Nebraska, and we sent it out for me to fill out the application and everything when I got here. So, I got here February 25th, sometime at the end of February, when I came, this was stayed.
How long have you been a technician? How long have you had a technician license or permit in Nebraska?
In Nebraska, I got it as soon as I got there. I believe they gave it to me in December of 2021. So it's recent.
Did you ever actively work in a pharmacy as a technician?
I did. I worked for Cole's Pharmacy.
For
Cole's Pharmacy.
Coles.
Yes.
So that would have been for about 2 months.
I stopped in middle of February.
Any other questions or comments?
Have we looked in for license?
I'm looking right now, but
I wish I would have brought it.
I'm on their website.
Since 2011, 2013, you haven't been involved with people with drugs, you haven't used marijuana?
Oh, absolutely not. I never use marijuana. I'm not a marijuana smoker. So, you know, when he went, where he went, I went where I went.
Clicking the link and it's not working. There we go.
And how are your children? You say you were a child neglect.
They know they didn't convict me for the child neglect because I wasn't there. It was just my home, but I wasn't there, and they couldn't find me guilty for that. So I have all my children. They were never taken or anything like that.
So it looks like you were a medication aide,
Yes,
Nurse aide.
yes.
And
It expired. My nursing and med expired when I moved here because I didn't know I had to renew it a year later. Because in Nebraska, as long as you're working, it's a little bit different. So, yeah, those two expired.
looks like she was issued the license in November of 21. So it's active. No disciplinary actions taken.
I can't speak to what process that state has for criminal background checks or applications. I just know
Well, it's okay, I was just gonna ask, when you fill out your application for Nebraska, they ask similar questions,
Yes.
and did you have to go through any type of, did you have to appear before them, like?
I did not. I did have to do an affidavit. I think I did one for you guys too. Writing a letter stating it was for a traffic ticket though. It wasn't for, it was for I can't remember, I think it was a speeding traffic ticket a few years ago. That's what they wanted me to write the affidavit on. So I didn't have to appear before anybody else, and I had to send it in.
I mean, they say a pharmacy technician must be 18 years old, be a high school graduate, have never been convicted of any non-alcohol drug related misdemeanor or felony, which would be an issue. Be registered by the PHHS as a pharmacy technician. So if you got a I don't know if they would consider drug paraphernalia there or not.
Yeah, I don't know if they had looked into it, but the drug paraphernalia charge was, a scale. It wasn't actually marijuana. It was a scale that they had found in my car, so I don't know if they went further into it in Nebraska or how that works. Because they didn't.
So on your application for Nebraska, they have a question, have you ever been convicted of any non-alcohol drug-related misdemeanor or felony? You tell them yes or no. If they only ask you about traffic ticket.
Yeah, I believe I could know, because like I said, I had never ran into, I didn't know that those things were actually on my background. Since I was.
But you knew you were arrested.
Yeah, see, and that's where I say that I usually get confused at, because even though I was arrested, they let me go.
Well, they didn't, I'm gonna try my best to clarify this, not being an attorney.
Uh-huh.
If you're arrested, you're generally arrested and charged for something, and then you go to court later.
Yeah, see,
They arrested you and processed you, but they charged you with criminal activities. They let you go home.
mhm.
You, and I don't know if you had to bond out or go out on your own recognizance or what, but then you had to go back to court. Did you have an attorney or?
I had an attorney once, but the one for the drug paraphernalia, I didn't even make it to the police station. Like, we made it, and then he let me out the car. Like,
So they gave you a citation for it,
oh, okay.
and then later, did you go to court for that one later?
Yeah, I went to court for that one later, and they dropped some charges.
Okay,
It was,
but they held the charge of drug paraphernalia.
okay.
Is that, I'm asking you,
Yeah, I believe that's what it was. They dropped some, they held one, I'm sorry, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember.
would you think that a conviction for drug paraphernalia would be a drug-related misdemeanor?
Yeah,
So, and I don't have your Nebraska application, I didn't realize you had a permit in Nebraska.
yeah.
I don't know what they do for criminal background checks, but it sounds as if you might have also lied on your Nebraska application to get the pharmacy technician permit there.
Well, no.
If you said no to a drug-related conviction, when you had a drug-related misdemeanor, that would not be true information, would it?
No, but see, the thing about it is I didn't think that I was convicted. When they let me out the car, I did not think that this stuff was,
But you went to court later for that,
yeah.
and you got a conviction for a misdemeanor.
I guess so, yeah.
I think you sent us, did she send us that information?
Yeah, I said something from,
So did they fine you money, put you on probation?
I don't remember doing any of that. I don't even remember
She
paying.
had fine for us.
You had to pay court costs.
Okay, so, but I don't remember having to pay a fine or anything like that.
So in your own words, in 2011, wrong place, wrong time, was arrested. The second one in 2013, I was involved with wrong individuals, so I was arrested and the charges were dropped. So in both those cases, that is in direct opposition to the question that was asked on our application. Have you ever been arrested, whether a sentence was imposed or suspended? So the direct, simple answer to that question is yes. I don't know how this is going to go, but let me just give you a piece of advice here. These things occurred many years ago. And if you haven't done anything since then you don't have to apologize for it now. It happened 8 years ago. I own it. It happened. There's the records. I'm a different person. So own it. Don't turn around and falsify an application. Because now it makes it look like currently, that 3 months ago, when you filled this application out, that your character is no better than it was 8 years ago. Because now you're falsifying an application. For a state license to be able to be involved in the healthcare of people and dispensing prescriptions is a serious thing. You get the medication wrong, somebody could die. So it's something that we take very seriously. So we need to know that if you make a mistake, you gotta own it. It's gotta be apparent.
They're really just trying to help you understand that an application is serious.
Yes.
I can't speak to Nebraska, but in Arkansas, if you put that on your application, and we found out later that you lied to us, the way that the state law says your application is void, like you would automatically lose your registration because you gave false information or withheld information on that application. So if Nebraska has a similar rule and they watch this video, they may come take your application if you answered it the same way you did already.
Well, I feel like the reason she's here, number one, is because of what she did in 2011 and 13. It appears to have been corrected. On 2 pages, she answered no on the application that had that before. Or that's just one choice. Don't make it different thoughts.
I mean, I feel the same as far as the, what happened 8 years ago, but also agree with, Dr. Richmond. Always have some concern, and I feel like that question is pretty straightforward. And, I always have concern. People are not truthful, whether that's unintentional or whether it's, I think it's going to turn out. We think people don't realize that for a licensing board, the background check is much more intense. I don't think that's an excuse for putting it out there compared to what your application might be for just jobs. Well, they may only be screened for actual convictions or felony convictions, arrests. So that's my concern. Agreeing, but that being said,
I was glad Dr. Richmond really asked the direct question of why, because we've never really heard, they always say, because I didn't think it would come up. But I think that was a more truthful answer, which is not good either, but I kind of like hearing a real reason.
I don't think that, I do think, I believe she's turned around.
Yeah.
So I can't say based on decisions that I've been part of in the past, not at all. Possible.
I think just I'm looking to Arkansas. I don't know what was going on longer here. And going back to it, then deciding that I really don't need to be here, be back down here. Or we are in Arkansas. So. I love what we're doing. To go back and think about to go back and find out that that's not who I am anymore.
With all that's been said, and I know I'll kind of put you on the spot. If you had checked yes and then came in and explained the same statement you had made, I would view it differently. Totally. But I also agree with Dr. Nixon, Dr. Golly, that there's evidence that this hasn't happened recently, that you did walk away from it, that you are trying or have turned your life around in that regard. So, in as much as we have to hold each other accountable, we also can give grace. So, I would agree with the rest of those motions. I would agree to grant her. Perhaps contingent upon action from Nebraska. Just to make sure she's understanding.
Their website reflects she is now on the medication administration, registration and on the technician, but I don't know what they did or didn't know.
But the technician license was issued in January, so it's only, she's only had a couple.
Yeah.
She's been a medication assistant, she was licensed 3 different times.
Yeah.
And they, at various times, 2014, the earliest was 2009.
And it's up through 2024.
So another was a nursing assistant, I think it's still current. So she's got 3 active licenses in the state of Nebraska.
So what the motion they were making or just making?
Yeah, I put you on the spot, but I'll be the one to stick my neck out for you. I'll make a motion that we grant her a technician license.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Okay.
One piece of advice I'd like to give you with your license. Ever again, for any reason whatsoever, it doesn't matter what the reason is. If somebody wants me to be your dog sitter and they ask you a question like this, you answer honest and direct and just be straight up.
Yes,
Promise
absolutely.
me to do that?
I promise.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, if you, go back to your, former employer, they're making changes for technicians at this time, big changes. So it'd be worth your while to go and do well, go and do well. You know, you've got a great opportunity ahead. Make sure you don't do anything to get to come back in front of us, and then we would not know well.
No.
We're giving you a chance.
Yes, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, we've done this for so long. Yeah. Your next.
All right, we will come with me. We will get this process.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
See up front, I'll do this.
Okay.
Can you cut, because I'm still, it's really hard to hear you guys. Debbie knows, Debbie knows.
Oh, it's kind of smart.
I was like, I can't hear it.
This is just for the board.
Well, they.
So we get through.
They sit in there 2 minutes, we get that, and he's gonna check and see if it's straight, because it was like last.
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
They need a review. Yeah.
Okay. Get my computer set right as well. This is, see Ms. Coleman.
Coleman,
Yes. Alicia.
Yes.
All right. Is it Ms. Coleman Johns? I think.
Yes, I go by John.
Okay, Ms. Johns, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who you are talking to today and how this process works. On this side of the table, we are board staff, myself and Dr. Brandon Brady, who's our assistant director. On the other side of the table, we have 4 of our board members who are decision makers here today. We've got Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal conference, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Rodney Richard. We are here today with your application as a pharmacy technician, with some issues that come back on that we have punted to the board to help discuss this and make a decision on. In this process, they are just getting a copy of what we've handed you as well to review. We'll go over real quick why all you are here. Dr. Brady will do that for us. And then the board members will have some questions about your application and also want to hear from you. In this process, we're going to treat it like a conversation back and forth. At the end of it, they'll come up with some decision. And the important thing is you can either agree or disagree with their decision. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever it is they tell us to do. If you disagree, you have 2 choices. One is just to say, forget this and walk away. The other one is to request a full hearing before the full board at a later date. The full board is these 4 board members plus 4 more, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear everyone in as witnesses, and it's a little bit more official feeling even than this is, much like we're going to court. Do you have any questions about why you're here today?
No, sir.
Okay. If at any point during this you want to ask a clarifying question or you need to know something from Ms. Baldwin, you raise your hand, get our attention. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you've got.
Yes.
Great.
Good morning. Ms. Jones applied for a pharmacy technician permit. We had her from criminal background. We had some issues come back in June of 2014. She was a suspect in the battery. She actually, I guess, threw a shoe at a convenience store clerk. The clerk did not go through the prosecution process. October of 2018, she was a suspect in a terrorist threatening. The victim refused to cooperate after the report was made. October 2018, arrested for battery. She entered the victim's house and struck her with a rock. The case was dismissed for 1 year. It was passed to dismiss after 1 year. The victim refused to cooperate. October 2018, she was another suspect in 2000, I'm sorry, a suspect in terrorist threatening. She received threatening text messages to the victim. Again, the victim refused to cooperate. November 18, another domestic battery. The victim refused to cooperate. December 18, a suspect in criminal mischief in violation of the order of protection. The victim again refused to cooperate. March of 19, disorderly conduct in violation of the no contact order. May of 2019, domestic battery conviction. She was a guilty plea. She was a different victim than the majority of these reports. May 2019, she was a suspect in violation of the order of protection. The victim again refused to cooperate. The victim in most of these cases was the same person, and this issue had been going on for many years. In almost every case, the victim did refuse to cooperate, although there was a pattern here of violating the orders of protection.
Okay. You want to tell us a little bit in your own words about all these incidents?
Yes, ma'am. A lot of it was misunderstanding, and most of them were not true. That's why everything was dropped, because they were false allegations. I was being accused of having bad group of friends and caused me quite a bit of trouble. Like, I've never been in trouble or anything like that, but it was a situation I had to get myself out of because it had gotten out of hand, and I knew it was going to reflect back on me. And so there was a lot of, like I said, like she said, it was the same person, and most of the time I was never aware of it until they come to me about it, like the incident that y'all asked that I didn't report. I actually have all those documents here. because they were false allegations, none of that ever happened. That's why I wasn't charging anything and dismissed it because I hadn't done anything because the group of people were causing a lot of trouble. And I take responsibility for not getting out of the situation when I should have, because it did go on for many years. The same pattern with, she would say that I've done something or something like that to try and get me in trouble and everything. And I had never been in trouble before. And the one that y'all said was not listed, I do have it here. I was not aware that it was an issue because from my understanding, I thought it was dismissed as in no charges were pressed, but I found out once y'all mailed me when I tried to get my license that it actually was still like in the system and everything. From my understanding, I thought it was dropped and not an issue, but I had everything shown that I cooperated completely. I was at every court date that I needed to be with. And the victim, of course, did not participate or show up for several of them. And I just went in, told the truth, and let them know exactly what had happened. And a lot of the reports and things were being called, was issues that got to the point where they had to be called, and I had to defend myself in the domestic battery because it had gotten out of hand. In order for me to find myself out, I did have to defend myself, and he did get injured in the process. And of course, I got arrested that day and had to go through the courts and everything. And the charges were dropped because it was a misunderstanding that had got out of hand.
Okay, so where all this happening?
In Cersei.
Okay, where's this individual now?
Um,
So y'all are separated from one another?
Yes,
see
like
each other?
I don't have contact with you at all.
Are you related to this person?
I was dating the family member.
You never married to the family?
The brother.
You were married to the brother?
I was engaged to the brother. Yes.
But there's like two different people involved, all of it with that one individual.
Right.
So
There was a Nikki Slatton and a Zachary Bright. And then I'm not aware of anybody else that could. Like I said, there was a lot of issues that I had to actually go to the police and go to the station and kind of, explain myself, and this is what happened. I'm not aware of what's going on or what has been said. So I had to get that straightened out so that I'm being honest and letting you know what happened so they, hear my side, because it's like these complaints were being filed, but I was coming forward with, every time I was notified about something, I would go and, get it straightened out, let them know, hey, this is what happened. And she, I guess, none of them actually participated. Like, I came to all the meetings and cooperated and paid the fines that I was assigned and completed the things that I needed to complete. But I was only aware of those two that had filed complaints or all of that, because, it's a back and forth thing for years.
are they related at all, the female and the male?
Yes, they're brother and sister.
Have you ever taken the courses in anger management?
No,
Or how to let these two individuals push you to support that way anger?
no, it wasn't. I was defending myself, and like when I was being they were jumping at me, trying to attack me, and I had to fight myself off to get out. And yes, I did, he did get injured when that happened and everything, and I told him what had happened. Yes, he got injured. I wasn't trying to injure him, I was just fighting him off so I could get out. And of course, when he left, then I was at home by myself, and guess he had went to the hospital or something, and the police come knocking on my door, and they told me, he is injured, we are gonna have to take you in, and I cooperated, and told them everything that had happened, and went from there and got out and paid all my fines. They assigned me community service, and I completed all of that on time, a little early, and they dismissed me early from probation and everything. And from my understanding, those charges were dropped. And the one with the female, which is his sister, I have all my documents here. Because like I said, I didn't list that one because I wasn't, when it was dropped, I wasn't aware that anything is still filed and charged.
Follow up a little further on Dr. Newsom's question, though.
Yes, sir.
So that relates to the 1 pound that you were actually taking in. There seems to be a whole long list of events, though.
Yes, I had a total of 2 arrests. One was this one that I did not list because from my understanding, I thought that everything was dropped and there weren't charges filed because they were false accusations.
I guess the question really is seems like so are you saying that all these other events are just false allegations, that it never really happened? Because the concern is such a long list of times you kind of lose my temper.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, this one, the 2 arrests, yes, those are the ones that happened, the terroristic threatening and stuff like that is, I was going through issues with them both. And they are the type of people that, if they can come through, they will.
All right, so you work for Christy Kimball?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Not to be dismissive of any of these other questions we have, but I have a bigger concern. Have you ever been treated for drug, alcohol addiction, mental health disorder, participated in a rehab program? You said yes. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, because I have been counseling and stuff because of everything that I have been doing, and they prescribed
So what were you answering yes to, drug, alcohol, or mental health?
mental health, because I went to counseling for depression and anxiety. Yes, and I thought, well, because it said mental health, that's why I checked yes, because I was treated for depression and anxiety and went to counseling and everything.
Okay, that's what I was asking about anger management. If you have any help with anger management.
Okay,
So
I'm
you have
listening.
had counseling.
Hmm.
You've had counseling then.
Yes, ma'am, yes,
Okay,
ma'am. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Yes, ma'am.
Said you're working on your school, what are you going to school for?
Pharmacy.
Uh,
And I'm trying to start in August.
At
So
AUBB or?
I'm gonna go back because when I graduated, I had got into the pharmacy technician program and was gonna do the 2-year program and everything. But things happened and I had a child and I couldn't be in an exam room and a hospital at the same time. So I kind of had to put my dreams on hold for a minute. But I do plan to go back because I plan to do this since I graduated high school. I just finally getting my foot in the door around.
Where'd you go, search the
I went to Riverview. Yes, sir.
So the question, you made the comment that these are all misunderstandings and you really weren't involved in these, but as recent as December of 2018, you and I guess her brother drove by and threw a walk at her house.
No, sir.
So the police report is incorrect.
That's what she she filed a complaint against me because she, at the time, she lived in Little Rock. I've always lived in Thurston. So I don't go to Little Rock that often. I'm always around Thursday. I work in Thursday. But yes, no, I've never broken anybody's thing. I've never stolen anything or anything like that. But from the affidavit, because I wasn't even aware that I had a warrant out for my arrest or anything. Because I guess somebody called and done like a welfare check or something, and I was at home with my child, and the police were knocking at the door, and, you know, I answered it, and they asked, are you selection? I was like, yes, sir, I am, and they said that they had a warrant out for my arrest, and I was like, I'm sorry, what for? And they told me that Nikki Slatton had filed a complaint against me, an affidavit saying that I had stolen her key and broke in with someone and jumped on her and everything. I was like, I live here in Cersei, I haven't been in Little Rock in this long. They ended up taking me in and transporting me to Little Rock and booking me in to that. I had to get that situated in that court date. I showed up for court and told them everything that had happened and that was not true. And from my understanding, when we left and everything was dismissed, and I just had to pay the court. And so that's why I had my documents here showing that that did get dismissed. But I am ignorant to the whole law thing because I've never been in trouble. I've never had any of these issues until all of this started going on back to back. I let it go on too far before I got myself out.
So you do have a guilty conviction for domestic battery third degree?
Yes.
And are you still on probation for that?
No, I was released early from that.
So because they wouldn't cooperate, you just kept going back to them and letting it happen again?
Because I was dating him and I really cared about him and we had children. And I did go back and listen to things are gonna change, we're gonna be right this time. And I did too many changes. And this is where it led me.
So you're still involved with the children?
Yes, my children, yes, I had all three of my children. Well, I had a third child, but yes, at the time I only had 2 children. Yes, I had my children.
Involved with the father of the children.
Yes, I am. He has gotten himself together. We no longer hear from like his family and everything, the kids are, happy.
So you're with him.
Yes, we actually got married last year. And we have not had any issues because he got the help that he needed as well. Because he was an addict and he had a lot of issues to go through. He went to jail and he done all his rehab and everything. And we worked out things for a couple of years until I was comfortable to, say this is the last shot. If it doesn't work out, I think we've gone down this path. And we have not had any issues, any police complaints or anything like that. And it's all been in the past. He has a better job. He works out of town, taking care of me and the children as well. And we have grew together, basically. And we're doing well. And we don't have any contact with any of his family members anymore, like, we don't know where they are or anything like that. And so, yes, we are married at them now. Had another child. We've been doing good since. And I know that's kind of a rocky situation with our history and everything, but I was just wanting to plead my case that we have grown from who we were and what we went through when we were younger. Now we're older adults and got ourselves together, and we're happy and doing well.
How long ago was your last event with the police?
I'm sorry,
How long ago was it with your last event with the police?
it's been years since we've had any issues with having to have a police call, like since all of these events. I'm trying to think because it's been so long ago.
It was May of 19. 5/7/19.
Like 3 years ago?
What's gonna happen if the sister shows
Yes.
up?
I'm sorry,
What's gonna happen if the sister shows up at your house?
honestly, I'm confident that she probably won't. She does not know our whereabouts, but if she does, I'm going to contact law enforcement immediately. So, you know, I don't want any problems. We have not heard from these individuals since the last issue that we had, and I would like to keep it that way. So if that means that we have to put a no contact order or restraining order to keep me and my children and my family safe, that's what we're gonna do. Because I'm finally where I wanna be, got myself together. This is the career path I chose when I graduated high school, so it means a lot to me. You know, continue moving forward and being who I wanna be.
Where you working at?
I'm at Lowry's Pharmacy. Right now, I work for, like you said, Christy Campbell and Carrie Campbell.
What are you doing there? Working out?
Right now, because I don't have my license, I'm doing clerical and I've had some schooling in billing and coding, so I deal with like the billing and I file documents and stuff and help fill out paperwork for the patients and vaccines and stuff like that. I do all the filing and cleaning and clerical.
Is Christy aware of all this?
But yes, I was completely honest with all of them. They know about all of these events and they told me this is, you'll have to, you know, face the board and explain yourself to them and tell them everything that happened. And pray that I get a good outcome so that I can, you know, keep my job because they do need a license tape and I've been there since I applied. And
How long have you been there?
I've been there since March. It might have been in the February when I filled out these papers to get my tech license. I was hired then and I started the following week. And I've been there since. And I really enjoy the job and I'm hoping to make a career and keep moving forward because this is what I like to do and I really enjoy my job.
Just trying to wrap my mind around all this. So there's 9 incidences.
Mhm.
7 of them you were a suspect.
Correct.
1 you were arrested and it was for battery, and you hit somebody with a rock. Well, that's what it said.
Yes, sir.
And then the other one was a battery conviction, and you hit person and hit. Is that the same event? Or they're October of 18 and May of 19? Different people, different events?
Yes, the first incident where I was accused of breaking into her apartment and hitting her with an object, that was not true because I've never put my hands on anybody unless I had to defend myself. And so that was the issue with that one, which is why I had to report and everything, and let them know what happened. And of course, she wouldn't cooperate, and that was dismissed.
If that's October 2018, when she was arrested for battery, since the case was passed, we must dismiss it 1 year.
Mhm.
And the judge,
Yeah, stay out of trouble.
It wasn't like it was just done like that.
Right.
From my foot.
Past dismiss generally is, it's almost like a probation, but at the end of it, the charge is dismissed, and there's no conviction that stands on the record. So I'm sure there are terms and conditions you have to comply with in order to
Yes, sir.
have that dismissed.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's one of those things, you're married to him now, and she may show back up, and
Yeah, I know.
I get it, you think
That's
husband is gonna go with you,
right. That's
but
a huge.
that's his
concern.
sister,
Right.
and you see what kind of stuff you've done to your life
Right.
based on listening to them.
Yes, ma'am. And
Worried about you.
yeah, it concerns me as well because I know that there is always that possibility. But we have, kept our distance, and we basically have a plan that, hey, if we do happen to hear from them, we are the police, our city police, Cersei PD. They are aware that we have, stayed out of trouble, have been doing fine, because we see them, we know them all. They're really sweet. Proud of our accomplishments and stuff, and proud to see that we could overcome everything that has happened. So it's kind of one of those things. Every now and then, some of them, they check in, see how we're doing, see have we heard from anyone, but we do have that understanding that if they are to try to contact or pop up with us, to let them know immediately, so there is no issues and nobody's he say, she say,
Yeah,
any of
or to
that.
have any more of those kind of things.
Right, yes, ma'am. And I completely understand because it's concerning to me as well, and it's something that all the time I think about as well. But we're happy with where we're at today and raising our children and working and paying bills and trying to move up in our careers. He has his career as a tech working out of town. And I'm trying to finally follow what I wanted to do as well and get my career started to move up to be what I would like to do.
What did you say it was good?
He's he's like a technician. He works for a company called ID Technology. And what they do is they go to like the Amazons and the E Pluses, the warehouses, and they set up like robots and all kinds of stuff. So he's doing.
Not a pharmacy tech.
No, I'm the one who wants to go for like pharmacy and pharmacy tech, but he does like technician work and stuff.
Well, there's a lot of events, but most of them are suspect. And I guess one could say I've probably at least 7 times in my life been suspect of being a jerk. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. She was straight up and honest on her application,
Yeah.
despite the fact that there's a long list.
Yes, and that's why I said I apologize for not listing this one, because from my understanding, it was dismissed, so I thought like that case was closed, and I didn't think to put that there, because from my understanding, it was, washed away, but I know now that it isn't, and that's why. I know I didn't have to bring any documents, but I just want to be on the safe side, because I was not trying to hide anything, and I was completely honest, and that's why they, even though I didn't have my license, I had faced the board, they was like, you were completely honest with us, so we're still gonna, give you a chance and hire you.
Mr. Johns, I think I'd let them finish.
Okay.
Yes,
They're
sorry.
running out of time.
I'm sorry.
Well, she has spoken openly and honestly about it. She's gone to school to further something she shouldn't have did. I texted Christy Campbell and asked her what she vouched for, and here's what she said. Absolutely, I was going to write a letter for her, but wasn't sure if it was allowed. She's been working as a clerk with us since she first applied for her license. She is professional and trustworthy with her deposits of money. Great with coworkers and patients. I think she'll be an asset as a technician. So on that, I don't know if I'm doing gratuitous to everyone. I'll make a motion that we grant her letter of tech license. Also.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
Yes, sir.
She comes into the pharmacy, she goes back.
Yeah. Sure.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much.
Daniel should be next up. I'm gonna go ahead and try to bring everybody in so we can do more orientation.
Thank you.
Yes. Use DC direction. Where else? That's exactly. So, Ms. Daniels, I'm John Curley, I'm the director of the board of pharmacy, and I'll tell you who you're speaking with today and how this process works. It's going to be for everybody in the audience that also has appointments coming up. On this side of the table, we are staff here for the board of pharmacy. Myself, Dr. Freddie McCready is our assistant director. Mr. Joe West is our legal counsel from the Attorney General's office. On the other side of the table, these are our four of our board members who are decision makers here today. We've got Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Livermore Newsom, who's the chair of the Informal Conference, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richard. Most of you are here for applications or some other issue before the board. And the way that this generally works is our staff will introduce exactly why we're here this morning. The board members, I'm sure, will have some questions and actually want to speak directly with you. We call this an informal conference because it's really a conversation back and forth across the table for us. At the end of the conversation, the board members will come up with some suggestion for a decision. And you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with whatever it is that they come up with. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever the board members ask us to do as staff. If you disagree, it really is often a chance for an applicant to say either forget this and walk away or request a full hearing at a later date. A full hearing of the board is all 8 board members. We would have a hearing officer, a court reporter, and we would swear everyone in as witnesses. And it's a more official process, much like going to court. So, Ms. Ann, do you have any questions about why you're here today? If at any point during this you have a question about how something works or something's going on, by all means, stop us, get our attention, ask us any questions that you have, and be sure that if you have a question like that, we answer it. Okay. We'll turn it over to Dr. McCready or Mr. West, whoever wants to give us a brief overview.
Ms. Daniels applied for a pharmacy technician application. When we ran a criminal background check, we had issues come back. Summary, 2013, she was arrested for theft of property. She was shopping at Walmart. Was asked to dismiss after 6 months because she was a personal offender. She was actually observed leaving the store without paying items. In her statement, she said that she was not stealing. She was arrested because she was with other people. She was actually observed taking the items that were stolen. 2014, the theft of property conviction, shoplifting from Walmart. She was observed concealing items in her purse, and she left the store without paying for them. 2015, she had another theft of property conviction. She was also arrested at that time for failure to appear in court. In 2016, obstructing government operations at a traffic stop where she gave a fake name because she had worn out her arrest.
Okay, why do you want to be a pharmacy technician? Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I really don't have a reason. Me and my friend, she passed away last year. We were both kind of researching what we wanted to do as far as our careers. And so we kind of read up on some stuff, and I kind of got down to pharmacy technician. And then I actually got a job working from home, doing pharmacy technician. And so when I got a little bit of experience, I started to like it. So I wanted to get certified so that I could actually do what they do, because since I wasn't certified, they only had me doing just ordering the medication, things like that, but I couldn't do anything further than that. So I spoke with my manager, and she was going to try to get certified so that I could actually get hands-on and learn everything that I needed to learn. As in the technician field, so that's what I did. That's why I applied.
You said you're doing pharmacy technician from home?
Yes, my role was patient care advocate, but the role that we actually did was a pharmacy technician training. And so it was for sites, a mail order pharmacy, and the patients would call in, and then we would schedule their medications, and there was a problem, we would have to call the insurance companies or the doctor's offices and things like that. But in order to do what the pharmacy technicians that we had on call, in order to do that, I had to be certified. And so that's why I applied for the certification.
Have you ever heard of a problem like this?
Who are you working for?
Sites, it's based in Malvern, Arkansas.
You were working from home?
And exactly what were you
Yeah.
doing? Exactly what were you doing?
My job description, I was ordering medication, like the patients would call in, and I would schedule their medication for them. And then once we schedule them in the system, they ship out to them.
Who was your pharmacy manager?
She wasn't a pharmacy manager, she was just my manager. Her name was Jessica. I'm sorry, I just recently did. I think I had 3 different managers, but my first manager was Julia King. And then I don't even remember the name of my last manager, because I got her and I was only with 2 weeks, and then I resigned from the job.
So what kind of work are you doing currently?
I'm not employed right now. I've been off of work for about 3 weeks.
But you've never set foot in a pharmacy,
No,
but you have been working for a pharmacy online.
yes, from home.
But I've never worked in the pharmacy, no.
Could you access patient records so you can look up the prescriptions and know what to order and that kind of stuff?
Yes, like once they call in, their profile opens and we can access their medications, we can see their doctor's name, we have like the number to the doctor, the location, who their insurance is with and things like that. But that's as much as we can access.
So you were scheduling medications for delivery
Mhm.
through the pharmacy that you work for, they filled it.
Mhm.
Could you say the name of the pharmacy one more time?
The job is Sykes, it's called Sykes,
SIGHTS?
SYKES,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, it's in Malvern, Arkansas.
Is the pharmacy in Melbourne?
I'm not sure where the pharmacy is based. I work for them and I guess I don't know how they work, but I know that a lot of our patients were like Blue Cross Blue Shield patients. Insurance patients, and we work with them. And I know some of them were like Cigna as well. So the job was with it's a Credo pharmacy, but the place that hired me was Sykes,
You said a Credo?
a Credo pharmacy.
And how are you trained?
And
How are you trained for this?
they trained us over
Okay, who are they?
the job,
Who's the job?
yes.
The job, the name of the job.
What do you mean?
Yeah, who trained you? How did you get trained?
The managers at Sykes trained.
It's like,
Yeah,
so you had to go in to be trained?
we went in, we had to drive to Malvern for orientation. They gave us background on what we'll be doing. We did all the paperwork and things like that. And then we took our equipment home and then we all hooked it up together. Like they did a conference call on the phone, showed us how to hook the equipment up. And then the next day we all got on the computer and they trained us for 2 weeks via the computer.
How many of you all were doing this?
How many of us were in training? About 20 to 30 people at a time.
Okay.
So they look like they're more of an outsourced call center.
Mhm.
What you were doing.
Mhm. My title was patient care advocate, but when they explained it to us at orientation, she said, well, your title will be patient care advocate, but basically you're like a pharmacy technician in training because you'll be dealing with their medications and you'll be scheduling, and then you may have to call insurance companies or you may have to call doctor's offices. So that's kind of how she broke it down to us, but we technically, for the most part, just when they called in, if the medication was ready, we scheduled it. We had certain questions we had to ask, yes or no, and then confirm the address, and then once it's confirmed, it goes to, I guess, the distribution center, wherever it goes out from, and then they ship it to the patient.
So I think most of this is probably separate from her actual consideration of her application, but it sounds like we have some investigating to do with the Credo to get to this. I'm not sure she's gonna have much other information that she gives us.
Because I'm not really good at scheduling meetings. It
Well,
sounds like a refill.
yeah. But I think that's something that
Okay.
someone higher up in the corporation would have to explain to the board, not someone who knows how it works.
So to the two things that stealing from Walmart, what do you have to say about that?
It's true. I was hanging out with some people who were doing that, and I was being a follower, but I regret it because, it's really stopped me from being able to provide for my kids, my 3 kids. I've been working like 9 to 5 dollars a year, like really not being able to support them because I chose to follow and do what people were doing. So I've turned my life around for my kids. I've been doing really good, and I just want to be able to provide a better life for them and just do something that I know I'm gonna love and I can turn into a career.
So if you were given your technician license, what's your plan?
I plan to just try to find somewhere that I can get trained properly, and then eventually I want to be able to get registered, or even try to be a pharmacist. I want to be able to go to school and try to be a pharmacist.
but I want to be able to learn everything that I need to learn as the pharmacy technician first. And then once I feel like I'm well trained in that, I want to take it as far as I can go.
So how long has it been since you were in trouble, with theft? How much time has passed?
I haven't been in trouble since my last charge.
Okay. Do you still associate with the people that you were with?
No.
Well, why did you have a warrant for your arrest in 2016?
The warrant for what?
Well, in 2016, you had a traffic stop and you gave a fake name because you had a warrant out for your arrest.
I think the warrant was because I forgot to go to court. Because when I went up there, they just reassigned me to the court date, and then I went to that. So it was a favor to, show court.
So you gave a fake name, you was another thing. You got a warrant out.
Well, technically, I didn't give the fake name, I wasn't speaking, the person in the car was speaking, and then they asked me that I gave them the fake name, and when they took me out the car, I gave them my real name. And then they said they were gonna charge me for giving me the fake name, but I technically didn't tell them the name. When I got out, when they asked me to get out the car, I gave them my real name. And that's when they told me that I had a warrant.
Why did the other person give a fake name?
Because she had a warrant as well.
Just be quiet on this.
So what are some things that you, how have you gotten away from, said you were hanging out for long?
Yeah, I don't have them anymore. I have 3 kids now, so, I don't talk to any of them. I don't have any of them. 2 of them are my family members. We don't talk. I moved to Mississippi in 2017, just to get away from that. And I had a daughter while I was there, and then since I've been back to Arkansas, I had another these 3 now, and I live in Sherwood. I tend to them, I work, go home. That's it. Like, I don't have any friends. My friend that you mentioned earlier, she passed away last year. That was really the only person I was hanging with. I came back, but now that she's gone, I can just hang with my mom and my friends.
I'll second.
I'm gonna make a motion in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passed. So you're gonna get your license. Go and do well. Take care of us.
Make sure I move in our 10 o'clock appointments. We'll take them in order. We'll get Williams.
All right, today.
Doing well yourself?
And well,
Mr. Luke, I believe you heard the overview of how the process works.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, I will hunt directly over to staff to explain why we're here today.
Mr. Williams applied for a pharmacy technician permanent, on the background check, we had some issues from that. March 2010, with public intoxication, was admitted to Bridgeway for evaluation. June 2011, disorderly conduct, mixing of medications and related to psychosis, according to his statement. Police report states he was drinking and attempted to commit suicide. June 2011, public intoxication, he walked down the street, he saw him, he stated he was using alcohol. September 2017, arrested for felony aggravated assault, terroristic threat, domestic battery, and criminal mischief, entered into felony drug court, and a case was dismissed after successfully completed drug court. July 2018, arrested for juvenile possession of controlled substance and careless driving, entered guilty plea to the DWI and possession charge was sealed. You have a copy of that.
I'm looking at original license date. Were you previously a technician?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long you been out of practice?
It's 2017, so five years.
Were you a technician in Arkansas or somewhere else?
In Arkansas, I worked at Walgreens Pharmacy in Conway.
Okay. And why did you drop out?
I graduated nursing school and was going on to obtain my nursing license and my job at UAMS, but then got arrested in 2017 and wasn't able to pursue nursing, and I didn't go back to reinstate my pharmacy license at that time. That's what my arrest.
And what have you been doing in training? The time that you're not licensed up to now?
Well, it says I went, completed drug court. It was an 18-month program. In that time, I was taking care of my two elderly grandparents. One recently passed away. The other one has moved in with my parents. And now I work as a phlebotomist in Conway. I also worked as a telemarketer as well.
How long have you been sober?
4 years. So,
What happened to your nurse's license?
the nursing license, I took my exam, my NCLEX exam, but then I didn't pass the first exam. Reapplied for the nursing board. They are allowing me to retake my NCLEX, so I'm just studying and waiting to take my NCLEX.
Most recent ago is 2018, we had both substances, TWI. So that's why you're saying you're sober 4 years. What did you do to get any help? How did you?
So the DWI was in July of 2018. And you know, that really just kind of opened my mind to, I knew I'm wrong with alcohol and substances. And so I voluntarily went into a 30-day program, inpatient program, in Little Rock. It's a 30-day inpatient program called Oasis, and I did 30 days outpatient, and just attended AA meetings ever since.
What was the controlled substance, or what problem, what controlled substance do you have problem with?
Oh, the possession, it was marijuana.
When's the last time you used marijuana?
2018.
You have been a marijuana part?
No, sir.
So what do you want to do with pharmacy technician? Because you said
Yeah,
you were going to use it with the nursing and now technician, so.
So I was, whenever I was going through nursing school, I worked as a pharmacy technician at Walgreens. And I like working as a pharmacy technician. I worked there for 4 years. Just something I like to do. I like the atmosphere, the fast pace. And kind of just want to go back to the pharmacy, especially right now. I'm working as a phlebotomist right now in Conway, but I kind of like the pharmacy a little better than phlebotomy.
I think this was already asked, so this will be clear. When was the last time you had a hearing?
2018.
Last time you used marijuana?
If you have an application in for nursing school this time also.
Not nursing school, it's to sit for the NCLEX. I graduated with my nursing degree.
So you
It's-
have to take nursing.
Yes, ma'am. I have a nursing degree. I had to go through the drug court program in order to get those charges sealed, and the nursing board has allowed me to sit for the nursing exam, the NCLEX, and I'm just studying in order to take that NCLEX exam.
Do you have to be licensed to be a phlebotomist?
No, sir. I mean, not to be certified with license. If you recommend it, I'm not currently doing.
Are you in the care of the mental health profession?
I'm sorry.
Are you currently in the care of the mental health professional?
Yes, sir.
Is that a counselor or a psychiatrist or both?
Psychiatrist.
Have you discussed with them working in a pharmacy?
Yes, I have mentioned going back to the pharmacy with them. You know, I currently am trying to get my nursing license, and I work currently at the plasma center in Conway.
We did not receive any medical letters, as my understanding. When this application was received,
Generally, the board would want some type of evaluation. It appears that the inpatient program some 3 or 4 years ago almost, and was drug tested or changed by drug court. Letter from creepy.
I think that was our recent precedent. We asked for a letter from the current treating physician.
Someone have a recommendation?
So taking no action today. Position.
Any second?
Also,
Any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. And nice. The motion passes.
So if he gets a letter from Mr. Schreiber saying, I think it's, I can have him revisit with the committee. All right. So So what they're asking is for basically a letter of clearance, letter of support from your treating physician to let us know that there's not a risk of relapse at this time, that you're mentally and physically able to practice safely. If they have any questions about that, they're free to contact us. I imagine we would put a letter basically together stating that, and we will send it to you. And that way, if they have any questions, that's free. Okay. So it's not yes, it's not no today, it's tabled and gives you the option to explore that path. Okay.
Do I need, are you guys gonna give me something?
We'll send you a letter, we'll have to type it up.
Okay.
So I'll grab that packet from you, and next up is Mr. Miller. I'm sorry, Ms. Stone.
Yes. On the third day, what they want to say about the position. Safely and okay, so we'll see you later on that. Thank you.
This is a copy of the one version. Great, if you would tell us on this one.
This is Peggy Stone, she's a pharmacy physician applicant. Came back in September 2019, arrest, she was guilty plea possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, to traffic stop, marijuana and pipe were found in the car. After she completed probation, the possession charge was dismissed.
Hi,
How are y'all?
doing good. You want to tell us a little bit about this institute?
Yes, ma'am. It's when I was going to college at UAM and I was around the wrong people. And when I got charged, I actually decided to move back home with my grandparents so I could get myself out of that situation. And then I did my probation for 6 months and my monthly drug test. And after that was completed, they dismissed my charges. But I have been working in a pharmacy for 2.5 years now. So I'm really looking forward to trying to get my technician license to move over positions.
What pharmacy are you working?
It was formerly All Care in Pablo, but it's now Express RX.
And did you ever go back to college?
When I moved back down to Pine Bluff, I went to CR for a semester, but then I started working in the pharmacy. So I did not go back to school.
I don't give up on that.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
I know it's getting.
I really want to go back.
Yeah.
So was this a valuable lesson for you?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
When's the last time you used marijuana?
In 2019, when I got pulled over.
You have medical marijuana card?
Basically, as a tech, you can't have one. Well, you might can have one.
Well, when I asked the
It's
question.
not legal to have one. Okay. So don't go get one.
I'm not, it's in our handbook.
I'll make a motion. I feel like it's not very long ago, so that is a concern. But I do believe you had one error in judgment, maybe it went over more than one time, but you had a very serious error in judgment and what you were doing.
Yes.
I feel like we can give you a chance simply because, even though it's recent, because I think college kids do things that they should.
I learned my lesson for sure.
So I would say you're going to be very careful and do the right thing in a pharmacy. And you've been there for a couple of years, so that's good news. So I would make a motion to agree.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes. Okay, you don't get your license plate, and my wish for you is, pick up on your education. That's what's gonna take for. You have to go to get in, and something happen. Behavior issue like this stop you, don't let that stop you from picking up and continuing on.
All right, Ms. Jackson.
I'll be in there in a second. This is a copy of what they can.
I'm ready to go ahead.
Ms. Jackson is a pharmacy technician applicant. On her criminal background report, we received a hit in March 2018. She was arrested for felony battery and prison district. She was in disturbance with the victim, and the victim stated that Jackson hit her in the head with a baseball bat. She also knocked out the car windows with the bat. The victim went to the hospital. The case was not prosecuted as a felony because the victim refused to cooperate with the prosecution.
Okay. Tell us about it.
So that was 2018. Had a friend that was her significant other. He was angry at her, and me for bringing her home. So kind of assaulted me first by spitting in my face. And I just reacted with defending myself, and this was that. And me defending myself from him. But since then, I've been working in pharmacy since March this year. Still there, so kind of, trying to decide on my license, if I'm gonna be able to stay there. And I'm also an independent adjuster now. So I'm working home in the mornings as well. I work in pharmacy.
I think that's a little bit.
I'm sorry. I have a soft voice. I'm sorry.
We only have one microphone in here, and it's all the way over there.
Okay.
So it has to pick you up as well.
Got you.
But you've been doing okay since then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you separated ways with the people that.
Oh, I separated ways.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you still working in a pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am. Walgreens, Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Okay. And what capacity?
I'm sorry. I didn't-
What capacity, what are you doing?
I'm the cashier
Okay, inside the pharmacy or private?
inside of the pharmacy.
Okay. Do you scan any prescriptions in?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you been at the cashier?
Since March.
Since March.
So you were arrested, but then you marked on your application, it says, have you ever been arrested? And you said no.
So, maybe I misread the application, or I wasn't paying attention to the application when I filled it out. I'm thinking of criminal history when they asked me, and to my knowledge, with this being dropped, I said no. So that was my error when I filled the application out. I explained that, I believe, in the letter that I sent as well, to you guys before, and because I wasn't expecting the letter to come before the board. So I guess it, a letter of what happened. And why it was misinterpreted on my behalf. That could have just been a general mistake that I made on filling out the application, but it definitely wasn't the intent to restore.
So, no wonder about that, I mean, that's what we're talking about, that get it, you shouldn't spit in your face, but he did that, and you basically just did all this stuff, broke out windows of cars, hit a man with a bat, all because.
Yeah, because prior to it, he put his hands on me. I was reacting out of emotion, I was reacting out of being angry from a guy basically disturbing my peace by bringing my friend to her home. Like I said, not only was he mad and angry at her, he was mad and angry at me as well. So to get out of it, he followed me. He followed me to my car. It was like a button he was constantly trying to push. And I fell into it. I fell into it.
Looks like from the police report that she went to their house, she was in the living room, he came out of the bedroom, started cursing, calling her names, it escalated. He grabbed her by the hair, pulled her by the hair, cut her in her face. And she went front of that.
Right, she got outside, there, she know that she got outside. She
Right.
Yeah, they could have heard each other worse, so that's what's been for.
I believe that he refused to cooperate because he knew he was wrong.
said you've been working with pharmacy. I'm sorry, this is, you said more.
Walgreens, John's Walgreens.
Get your insurance adjuster as well.
Yes, sir. I have an independent insurance license. My home state is Texas. I've been in the insurance for 4 years.
Any other comments?
It hasn't been long ago, 1 years. It's a lot of bad situation. I can see where. So that's.
You may run across some rude, I should say, customers in the pharmacy, you have to control yourself.
And I do, I'm really good at controlling myself. That particular day, I felt and I felt like I needed to think it.
And you may be attacked in the pharmacy, not physically, but verbally, abusively.
I can handle verbally, but when you touch me, that's a different story. You put your hands on me and I have to be, I have to defend myself. Now I can agree that I might have part of that one, but, I might not just say, I just regret it, but I mean, I wish it wouldn't have been that far.
But if something were to escalate in the pharmacy, you just need to go to the pharmacist, let them deal with it, not deal with it yourself. Because you already have this on your past, and if you have some kind of confrontation with a customer, it's gonna be very bad for you. So you just need to back away. So you just need to go into it.
I've worked in customer service for years now. I've never had an issue like that with a customer. I don't think.
Well, they're out there, so I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dr. Max is just trying to give you some advice from experience now.
Yeah.
So.
I have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Go get your license. Okay.
Next we'll have Brian Moore.
We're gonna have a break, 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Okay. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
We're good.
Before we get started, I would like to apologize in advance. I'm hard of hearing right now, and on top of that, both of my ears are plugged up, so if you would, speak appropriately.
So I'm afraid you will take all.
We have Brian, no, this morning. The pharmacy technician applicant who ran his criminal background check, came back with two, DWI convictions, one in 2017, one in 2019. He did disclose one of the two DWIs, he did not disclose both.
Good morning. How are you
Morning.
doing? Okay, what's going on, you, and then DWS?
Well, just bad judgment.
So have you sought any treatment for?
Have I what?
Have you sought any treatment for your?
Well, both of them, they put me in a rehab for 30 days.
So when's the last time you had a drink?
Probably last weekend.
So you still continue to drink even though you have two DWIs in the record?
In the last 6 years, yeah.
How much are you drinking?
A couple beers, not much.
And are you drinking and then driving or
No.
just drinking at home?
No, I thought I learned my license. The consequences are too big. It cost me a lot of money, a lot of time, probation. It's not working.
Is this your first time application for a pharmacy technician job?
Is it my first time what?
Application?
Yes.
As a what have you been doing previously?
What did I have? Well, I was working for Walgreens and I was promoted to the shift lead, which required me to become certified as a pharmacist.
Okay. So
And I've
that's,
been in retail mostly for the last 10 years.
okay, so that's your reason, is to move up in your job.
Yeah.
And what location of Walgreens?
Hospital Village.
So you're still there, they just want you to be, oh. Well, then why do you want to take license?
Right?
Then why do you need a pharmacy tech license?
Just to leave the door that also open.
I think Walgreens requires anybody who works in the store to be licensed as a technician.
He's not supposed to be back in the pharmacy. If you have to go back in the pharmacy.
So I think there's some backstory there.
If you're in a management position, if you're doing like a shift lead or something like that, then they do sometimes require you to get a pharmacy tech permit so that you can help out in the pharmacy there. So,
When don't they get folks, cashiers, and all of them get licensed staff?
yeah, not that I'm aware of, but I've not heard that before.
So are you going back to Walgreens or are you gonna try to be?
Right now, I'm kind of having to play caretaker for my parents. I'm not sure what, I'm really not even looking right now. I'm kind of focused on my parents. Both of them are kind of ill. They need some effort from me.
Staff's recommend, normally when we have one DWI, staff will send a letter that says, please don't get another one because we will require some sort of evaluation, that kind of thing. We can get a second. I think there's some concern here that there are two DWIs and we continues to grow. So I think that's where the staff's concern would lie. As far as what our normal procedure is when someone has more than one.
So you do continue to drink?
I'm sorry, what?
You do continue to drink?
Rarely, I don't drink much anymore. And when I do, I don't drink that much.
How much is much? How much is much?
Each month, I'm sorry, I'm already here right now. Less than 12, I'd say, not like 1 or 2 beers at a time. But not that often.
So beer, liquor, wine,
Not no one.
you said less than a 12 pack.
Yeah, I don't drink much. Maybe watch golf on Sunday or something like that.
Couple meaning two or couple meaning a few? I'm hung up on this less than a 12-pack thing.
Well, okay. less than a case.
You said less than a case?
Let's say I were to drink 2 beers a week. So that'd be 4 weekends, 8 beers.
Brenda, what does it mean? Disclose 1 or 2?
I mean, it's statement, it's,
I'm just trying to find a statement.
it's very, very short. It says, on approximately 1/26/2019, Ryan Melvin was charged with a DWI in Hot Springs Village, Arkansas, Monroe County.
Oh, that's the statement.
That's the
I thought
statement.
that printed.
That's the statement. And the statement, I guess, that's probably just simply from the bottom of the
When was your second one?
That
The
was.
second one was 2019, the first one was 2007.
Why did you not disclose
Well, I was hoping that the first one would have gone away for 5+ years.
I don't think any of it ever goes away.
It was my understanding some time ago, I went back 5 years or so, they did kind of go off the record. I don't know that.
For enhancement purposes on sentencing, there's a 5-year look back. That is true, but that does not mean the conviction goes away.
So as a result of the DWI, you had to go through some kind of program?
I did, 30-day treatment.
Did you attend AA?
Okay.
Did you attend AA?
I did after the treatment. I don't.
You don't participate anymore?
Are you an alcoholic? No. You use any drugs?
No, I don't.
Marijuana?
Marijuana, no.
Do you have medical marijuana card?
No.
What made you drive with these two? I mean, what was happening those 2 nights?
It's just bad decision, bad done.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Well, the last one I had left my house to go up to the store to get some cigarettes. And I had on house numbers. And as I was walking out of the store, there was a police officer in the parking lot that saw me, well, I was walking kind of gingerly, because if I walked at a regular pace, the slippers would have fallen off. So it kind of got his attention. And he said he smelled alcohol on me. Gave me a field sobriety test. It wasn't good enough.
The second time, did you refuse to blow?
I did.
Which is your right, you have a right.
Well, I shouldn't have either time, but the second time cost me, my license had got suspended for 2 years because of the failure to get a second.
So the reason for applying for a technician license, just circle back, is because you're in management or means?
I was, but I just want to keep my options open as far as future employment.
So you don't have any plans to go back to Walgreens?
I don't know yet.
Are you rehiring for Walgreens?
Well, I left on kind of bad terms, so maybe not.
And terms, can you elaborate on that?
Well, I was having to work a lot of nights and I needed to be home with my parents in the evening. And the manager just would not work with me on my hours. So, in my parents' best interest, I went. Without any kind of notice.
And again, even with all of the said staff's recommendations, because of the two DWIs, and maybe some sort of evaluation or medical record.
So I agree with that.
So go back to what you said before. You said that one,
Normally, when there's one, I'll get the application, we'll review it, and we'll send them a letter that says, you have one alcohol-related event, and the board takes this very seriously, and if you get another one, you will have to verify it. So he had his first, which he did not disclose, and he had the second, and he did explain why he didn't disclose, and he had the second in 2019. So at that point, staff does not approve an application that has more than one event. We refer to the board.
Especially if it's in that short of a time period. You know, we oftentimes get 5-year time periods, both of those were basically within a 5-year time.
What sort of evaluation was that normally entail?
Depending on the severity and the board review of it, it is generally an inpatient evaluation. If we had somebody that was still drinking after 2 DWIs, that's even generally more concerning. And oftentimes the board would want an inpatient evaluation at one of our centers. It's different when you have somebody that says, I got to get 2 DWIs, I realize this is a problem, I'm drinking longer, and have it, sometime we have some paperwork to prove that, which you've even seen earlier today, versus, well, I just don't drink and drive anymore. I know, Dr. Newsom, you've seen that with me here a lot of times, and that's, the problem wasn't necessarily the driving, it was the decision making with drinking that included driving.
And this year, he's choosing to continue to drink. Haven't seen any changes. For him to curtail what he is doing. He does not have a clear cut path in the pharmacy. He just wanted to have a license, not working in the facility that will require a license. So we're gonna just table this.
my concern is, I don't know that it changed all that much.
I don't either.
I mean, there are 2 DWIs. The application doesn't on any of the reporting, irrespective of what maybe the legal system interpretation might be. If it reported, posted, we wouldn't find out about it, like we said. He continues to drink, despite having, I mean, he had to go through the program after, I guess, first or second, I don't know. The fact that he continues to drink makes me concerned about what's the thinking process here that makes it okay? And how do you not have a third event?
With no continued treatment.
Right. And it'd be one thing if there was a specific employer that was involved, but it seems like we're giving a convenience license. I don't know. There are probably all kinds of reasons we hand that license. I don't feel strongly about that.
Is that a motion?
Yes, all.
Okay. A motion, a second, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
Thank you for your time.
And we'll reduce that to writing and send it to you in a letter. If you wanted to appeal, you have a 30-day window to appeal for a period.
I don't see that being necessary.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'll grab that paperwork from you. And
A lot of people can't say my name right, but I got two friends.
there you go.
Why don't you try it again? I got one.
Man.
Totally unrelated to this, how did you use the name for John? What's the nature of that?
My mother.
All right, Ms. Pam, did you hear the overview earlier of how this process works?
Yes, sir.
You did? who you're talking to and how the process works?
Yeah, Chad, these were the,
These are the decision makers on this
decision
side.
makers, and that's the person who talks to.
Generally, Dr. McCray oftentimes tells us what's going on. So I'll punt to Dr. McCray. She can tell us why we're here today.
We had a transition application that came back with a little background with, in 2017, she was in a physical altercation with a 12-year-old child. She hit him on the head so hard that he had to go to the hospital. They were together after this, and he refused to cooperate with the prosecution, so the charges were dismissed.
How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm good.
You good? You wanna tell us why you wanna be a pharmacy technician?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, I don't have no experience in the area, that's for sure, but for sure it's something different. I would like to, pursue my education in the medical field. I'm already a CNA. I'm a business owner. My company name is Preciana Helps You. I go out and clean people's homes for them. I help people that's elderly and,
So you've never worked in healthcare?
yeah, I just done the taking care of patient care. I never done medication.
Medication, that's what I'm.
Things, but I can catch them on real fast to things if, someone teaches me.
And never worked in the pharmacy?
No, never.
Okay, going back to this little altercation. What happened there?
Okay. Well, my baby dad, okay, we were in an apartment complex at the time. I was really young. And it was this older woman, she wanted to drink with us. And I told him, how somebody, you telling me that I don't think that's a good idea, this and that and that. So I told him, well, my first mind told me, you don't need to drink this, sorry, you need to go. But, come on this and come on that, and, it's just a drink or two, this and that. So I'm like, okay, I'll drink with you. And we were drinking Crown. And I had a couple drinks, me and him got an argument in the room, and he started coming at me all physical, like he was gonna hit me. And I hit him. I mean, it was like a reflex though, of thinking he was gonna attack me.
What you hit with?
A flat iron. Well,
You have to go to the hospital.
it was a flat iron, but the same day I apologized. I apologized for it because I told him, like, oh, you scared me. Like the way you came at me, you really scared me. Because I've been in an abusive relationship before him. So I told him, you scared me. I thought you were going to do something to me. So, don't do that anymore. And we made up that night. So the next morning, he was like, he had a headache and that he wasn't feeling too good, right? So he was like, let's go to the hospital. So I went to the hospital with him, and he told when he went in by himself, and they asked him, of course they're gonna say, what happened to you, and why you got that bruise on your head. And he said, my girlfriend hit me, and then it was like, is that the girl out there in the waiting room? And he was like, yes, and this, that they got on the floor. That's just their job.
So where did this happen?
In Springfield, Illinois.
Okay, so that's where you got the baby that came after.
Yes.
That was in Illinois.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the other one was in Little Rock.
And the other one was in Little Rock.
The same person?
No, this was another man. I was living next to a neighbor, and the neighbor was bullying, always saying things to my company. She just was sticking her nose in other people's business all the time. So, my sister, I gave her my number, but I gave her my number to look out. I thought we were gonna look out for each other. We got neighbors, they always look out for each other sometimes. And that's what I thought it was gonna be, but instead she would text me and be like, well, like some creepy stuff, like your sister's out in your porch being too loud, why, things like that. Like she just watching my house, like something that freaked me out. So me and her got in a verbal, just talking conversation where we arguing back and forth. I'm in my car outside. Her son jumps in the conversation and like, well, do this and do that. You're not gonna touch my mama because I'll beat you up right now. So I'm in my car. My car is already started up. And so, I'm like, I'm not gonna let you put your hands on me. Like, you're a man. What do you, like, that's crazy. So he was in front of my car. But he ended up jumping on top of the car, trying to grab me up out of the car. So with me not thinking, like I literally just put my car to drive and just started driving. And he jumped out the way, it made me feel like I was trying to literally run this thing. That's what wasn't on my mind. It's getting away from this house because they gonna get me in some trouble. I ain't really jumping.
So the Little Rock event happened in April 2017. When did the other event happen in Illinois?
The Illinois, it's 2017.
Both of them happened in 17?
No, it couldn't have happened then because this was a long time ago. The other one, it was like, I know it was 2000 and something, but it was not 2017. But that's not when I had my first baby in 2014, so. I don't remember when that one was.
I don't see any quick records regarding the Illinois event.
I just see it on the paper here that they gave me.
Dr. McCready, where would I find that?
Joe is.
Those are the only two things they brought up was that one and the aggravated assault.
I don't see anything here related to
And it's possible that we couldn't get those records.
Well, the only place I see it is in her statement.
Mr. Manning put these records together with everything.
It was dropped with probable cause because when I went to court, the judge seeing that he was a violent man, he committed a violent charge while I was in trial. And I told the judge that. So when I went in front of the attorneys, they said that Ms. Pam will give you a year of probation. But at the time, I was trying to get into nursing school and stuff. So I was like, you see that he's capable of doing violent crime and what he just committed. So, I had to talk that over with them and they said they give me 6 months of probation. And then after the 6 months, they dropped it.
So you got arrested twice.
So yeah, I got arrested, twice, ever in my life.
But it says on your application, you've not been arrested.
Well, no, I didn't, when I went back and just read it just now and said, have I ever been arrested or charged with, I put that wrong. Cause I haven't been charged, but I read it wrong. That statement wrong, I should have said this. I was not intentionally lying, I would never be arrested because it's there.
So the one from 17 was aggravated assault.
The letter we got from Springfield said no charges.
Department of Brady, one from 17, aggravated assault happened in Illinois. What was the outcome of that?
Dismissed.
It's not process.
So there's technically no charges.
Well, the charges were there.
Yeah, but
There's
no,
no conviction, but we have any record.
that's. But they have.
Yes, ma'am.
So you worked as a CNA. Want to work in farms, and try to You employed in the pharmacy yet?
No, I haven't, cause everywhere that I called, they said that you have to have a license. And, I tried Walgreens, which I was saying was right, they want you to be licensed first. I mean, right now, a lot of companies ain't taking too many risks, but they usually have a lot of interns, people that come in that don't have licenses already. Cause, you know, pharmacy is on demand right now. So,
Got a motion on the floor, and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, so you can become a pharmacy technician. Okay, good luck.
oh, what did you do that?
Yes. And I'm gonna get your packet, so we can get your permit.
So we don't.
And then next up, we have Ms. Miller.
All right, do that.
You heard Dr. Kirby talk about everybody that's up here. You know, this is board member right here, Dr. Kirby is the executive director, I'm the assistant director, this is Dr. Joe. Okay, Ms. Miller applied for a technician application when we ran a criminal background check and came back with a federal property conviction in 2019 for shoplifting at Walmart. In a personal statement, she states that she was just there and was arrested because of plain shoplifting. She admitted to the police that she had shoplifted and she gave the items to the loss prevention officer. My comments about that.
Oh, how are you doing today? Okay. You want to tell us why you want to be a technician?
Well, for one, I will be,
Do you speak up? I'll speak up around the phone, your voice up.
I want to have any experiences in the healthcare field as far as pharmacy tech, CNA, medical assistants. I want to have as much, you know, knowledge I can. I want to have different options and be able to, if I would ever want to go in a different field, I'll be able to have choice to, and I also have two jobs. So I was going to work as a CNA, which I'm doing now, and, you know, be a pharmacy tech, so I can have more knowledge in the medication part, because I'm already taking care of patients.
Do you have two jobs?
Yeah.
CNA and what's the second one?
Oh, right now it's CNA, and I work at Tommy Hill.
What was the last one?
Tommy Hill.
Okay.
And tell us about the shoplifting charges.
And we went to, it was 3 of us initially. And we were walking around the store. I didn't do anything, but my friends, we met back up. They had bags. And she initially was supposed to go return something, it was just about, but I didn't just know that she was supposed to go. And she, like, when she she didn't leave. The other girl left, that was with us. And I was standing at the door waiting for her. She went, you know, the checkout room, but return. She went in there and she kept calling my name, like, really loud. I don't know if she was trying to draw attention to me or she just kept calling my name. She told me her stuff, old stuff, and I'm going in line and return my stuff. I'm standing right there. The man walks towards me. So of course I, you know, come by and walk with him because he tells me to come in because of course his stuff is me. Me not knowing that she, you know, didn't purchase it, but she had the bag. She had the bag and she had her backpack and I was home. all her stuff. So I went in the office, he asked where they were. I didn't say anything. I just basically took all the charges for whatever they were charging, and all for me being there, or assess, what is it, accessory, or for them, for the item they took, I just took all the charges, which I didn't know like the causes at that time, but I was pretty young, and I never been in trouble before. But she had, so I didn't know what happened to her, but she was taken away, so I just thought I'd be a good friend, I guess.
What items did you give back to the loss prevention?
There was it was a mattress, she was a college, so she had took mattress, it was some spaghetti sauce, it was,
So how did you have it if you didn't steal it
Yeah.
to give back to loss prevention?
she gave me all the stuff, I was standing right there, she gave me all the stuff to hold while she went in line to turn her shower, it was a shower curtain, she was returning. So I was standing there holding everything. And she was still in line, but she left, after she seen me walk off with the men, she left. But I'm the one that was, I drove my car. We all went, she gave me the items to hold while she went to return this one item, and she left me when I went with the men. He gave me a citation because he said I cooperated, I know him, and I said, and told him, I gave him the items that I had, and I didn't go to jail, but he just gave me a citation.
The jail was closed.
I didn't know, he didn't tell me that was why I didn't go, he just told me it was because I cooperated.
Says Alexis Miller stated she did shoplift and gave the items back. So I mean, if you're already past the point of paying for it, and they call you, you then take all the stuff in her hands and go say, I did it. We're having a hard time following, sorry.
They did, we all came together, so we're all, and yes, I'm the only one that they individually to see the other girl, but outside, they didn't know where she was. And my friend, she was in the checkout line, which they didn't see her, they saw me standing right there with stuff in my hand. And he said, can you go with me, please? And I went with him.
Well, why do you have this stuff in your hand?
I was holding it for my friend.
But you're outside the checkout line, right?
She told me she had already paid for stuff. It was in a Walmart bag. I don't know where she came from with it, but to my knowledge, she paid for it, so I was holding it.
So tell me if this is right. So you're in the store, you and your friends. You walk past the register, the stuff's in the bag. You get past the register, your friend goes back to return the shower curtain.
Yeah,
They're standing there holding the stuff in a bag. But, so you said that you accepted the charge so that your friend didn't get in trouble, but does that mean that you knew that your friend had stolen stuff?
basically he told me that the stuff was stolen when I went in the office, and she was already gone. She didn't know what was going on. Like, she didn't know that I saw her, so she was in the return line getting the shower her return apparently. So I was the only one that went with them.
And you that quickly decided, oh, I'll take the blame for her?
Like I said, I was young, I wasn't really thinking at the moment, I was nervous, and she was trying to get in college, in college, she went to nursing school, and she had already had some big thing with her sister, and she had got everything taken care of, and I just felt like I didn't want her to get anything that happened to her that would hinder her from going to college, knowing that I wanted to go as well, but me being there, it didn't hinder to me until after the moment that I took a charge that would affect me and nobody else. Only affect me, because she,
You have any other incidents before this? None after?
no, that was the first time we ever get in trouble with the law. I had ever been in trouble with she was a bad friend, maybe she wasn't there for me at all.
You're still friends with this person?
No, she is doing, we were not stepping away, like after that happened, sorry. I would just start asking her like how to, cause I didn't know like the court, I didn't know like all of that went, and she knew because, you know, she already had a situation. She didn't help me tell me where to go, she didn't help me pay the charges, she didn't help me like, as a comfort or anything, she just went on right away. And I thought, you know, she, you know, when she used to go home in her life, and I had to sit here, and every time something comes up, I want to do, I have to talk about it. I usually cry, I'm just emotional.
So you really telling us you didn't steal it, you did not know it was stolen until the man code? I mean, is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yeah, he said those items here and I stolen. He asked me where they were, and I didn't tell him. Try to be a good friend. I went home, told my mom what happened, she was asking why I didn't, you know, tell them about my friends, tell them they did, because basically I was taking all the charges from them. All I could say was trying to be I never really knew the consequences of, well, you know, I have been in trouble, so I never really knew like the seriousness of something like that. I wasn't thinking about it. It's, you know, I'm there trying to be a good friend. Then after the fact, I seen that it does follow me. It follows me in. I have to keep looking back at it every time I try to do something new. I'm a very smart person, I just wasn't thinking it.
So you might have already said this, and I'm sorry, but, where do you work now, or why do you want to do that?
Oh. I work, on the rehab in Ocean Noise, rehab center, and I work at some new people also. But before I went, before I already had my CNA license, but I tried to pursue my pharmaceutical license, they were basically, I went and they were hiring, he hired me. And I looked at the process, did training, the computer training, so we go on the back, so we have the license. And, then it came back to me looking back at my past when that situation happened, even though, like, the lady said that when I took a third class, I paid for it, and took, half the amount of my, charge. So I'm paying half of the class, and so the whole time, even though I didn't do it, I still suffer the consequences, and it's easy enough every time I talk about it, because I could have easily got myself out of the situation, just hanging with the wrong people. But I have learned from the situation. I really fixing myself now. I just want to better my life, basically, and have like a lot of education and multiple things. Before I apply for I did. If I would have had to come apply for that application, I would. Oh, it's I didn't know. Circumstances for pharmacy.
So you tried to get a job in the pharmacy before?
Yeah, he actually hired me on the spot, kind of, it was kind of fast, and I did the drug test and their background check, and then he later then told me that it was another one with, the state. So then he filled out the application for the state, then that's when that's what stopped me there because of the, citation. What happened?
So you just decided not to apply?
Oh, I applied, I got hired. I just couldn't, you can't go, you can't even start training without having your tech license. I can't go behind the door. So I did the computer training and, there's only so much they can, do. They waited it out like good 2 weeks time to the training, and I also worked another job while I was in the training, waiting to see about my license. And I got the letter, so I kind of resigned. I didn't, I couldn't work there.
The same application that we're looking at today is the one that you filled out when you were working at the pharmacy.
I never started working, well, the training.
Well, I mean, the training, that's what I mean. Okay.
Yeah, that's the same.
And I think she might be trying to stay. She knows it was a mistake. Probably failed. I'll put that motion.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Okay, you gonna be important to take this. And good luck and keep moving forward with your life. Don't let this thing that happened defeat you. Pick up and go off, and this is a fresh start. See.
Sure.
Sorry, y'all, today. Sorry about the wait. Sorry about the wait.
That's fine. Understand.
All right, this one is under Jones. So if you guys want to tell the board who you are, I'll go through the process just in case we missed it. Sure.
Amanda Moon, I work at Colliers in Fayetteville.
I'm Dylan Jones. I previously worked at Colliers. I was the PSC at our Texas Street location.
And I think you guys know, I'm John Kirkley, I'm the director of the board. I have Dr. Brenda McCready, our assistant director, Mr. Joe West, who's our legal counsel, with us. And then the other four are members of the board, or decision makers here today. Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of the Informal Committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Griffin. We're here today. I think you guys have kind of seen this process, and here today we'll have an open discussion at some point. The board members will come up with a decision that you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, then we will go forward to staff and produce whatever they've asked us to do, to writing or whatever they instruct us to do. If you disagree with it, it will be your chance to do this today. But to ask for a hearing for the full board, which is a more formal process, we would issue order notice of hearing swear everybody in, it says, court order, hearing officer, looking for like going to court. Do you guys have any questions about the process? Yes, sir. I will punt to Dr. McCray. I think this was subject to a meta error complaint.
We received a complaint from a person regarding her, I don't know if it was her husband, I believe, that was a hospice patient. And the complaint was pretty lengthy. She had lots of complaints about the labels being incorrect and the directions being incorrect. We sent the complaint to the pharmacy and received a response. And reviewing the prescription records that were sent to us, I actually only found, I did find two that were mislabeled. One was a Kepler prescription, it was a 750 BIV, and I think originally it was labeled 3 times a day. There's a note in the record that the label was corrected on that Kepler. There was also a morphine sulfate, and it was mislabeled. It was to say 1 quart, 1 ml, 5 to 20 PO sublingual, keep 30 minutes for arm pain and shortness of breath. The label actually, from what the patient said, the label actually said inject 0.25 mils under the skin every 30 minutes as needed to manage shortness of breath. And so the patient filed a complaint with us, we sent it to them, to the pharmacy, and then they sent us documents, and I'll turn it over with that to Dr. Henderson. Like I said, these were the only 2 out of this entire list that I actually found that had errors on them. And so I'll turn it over to the board.
Who can give us a synopsis of whatever?
I kind of give us a rundown. So this was an initial new patient admission on Sunday, 10/17. We received fax orders from the hospice. Sometimes in those situations, I don't remember the specifics. That was Amanda's weekend. I checked prescriptions on Monday as part of dispatch. Often what they'll do is they'll want some urgent medication so they can hurry up and get the patient started, and then we'll complete the rest the next step, just depending on what they need done. So it seems like there was some confusion on that initial set of orders that came across on 10/17. Patient reports that one or a couple of the prescriptions were mislabeled based on the SIG, but I kind of had a chance to go through each of these. I appreciate Dr. McCready doing some homework on this, because I was frankly pretty taken aback when I saw the number of errors that were reported under our watch, knowing that we take tremendous pride in doing a better job than that. So I'd be happy to go through each one of these. We haven't fully discussed, we've talked briefly. Again, my last day at Colliers was on March 4th. So the complaint came from the board, I believe, shortly thereafter. So yeah, we can go through them. There's certainly some mistakes in there, but not to the degree that the initial.
When you first look at it, it's like, oh, how did they do all this for one person, you know, and then going through all the, I see kind of orders were changed, but they're already picked up, so when the hospice nurse goes and they go over everything, you know, a couple of them had changed from 1 to 2 minutes. And so then they sent the orders in, we got them corrected, you know, that's those first few.
I commend the patient for being aware of what the orders should have been, because it seems like we made a complaint that the patient reported to the nurse that they were wrong. The nurse shared that we had made a mistake. But I would be happy to walk through our documentation just to show where we were coming from. On that first prescription, the 1685709, the image for that prescription, that's the one where she says it was supposed to be 3 times a day, but it was in fact only twice a day. That image in your packet was from the updated order that came the next day on 10/18. That indicates 3 times a day, but if you'll scroll through to the image supporting, I believe it's 1685712, It's the next step that has a list of medications. That was in fact the original order that came across.
So I think you're looking at, I don't know if you can see that, but
Not
that, that one's the BID.
that was
That's
a
a
verbal
later.
one that came in 5 days later. If we'll go to 712, that looks, it's basically the copy a little bit deeper. You'll see that that's the one that was received on 10/17. That does, in fact, if you find the Decadron, say BID.
And the cover, TID.
So those are our
And the
two.
next day, they changed both of those directions.
So
Very next morning.
it shows that I checked them, which probably means that they were waiting on me Monday morning when I was the open pharmacist. There is a consideration in the complaint that maybe we didn't take those prescriptions serious because they're hospice prescriptions, when in fact it's the exact opposite. It was the first thing that we took care of. So, and I believe there's my notation about 9:50, where the nurse had called back and we made updated notes and make the necessary corrections.
Are you saying Cindy, when you filled them, it say Keppra, said 1 3 times a day?
Right, on the initial prescription on 10/17, it said 3 times a day. That one wasn't picked up that day, it was picked up the next morning. So by the next morning, they had changed the direction. So
We
it
already-
shows
we already-
we edit the prescription, change the direction, but maybe it didn't get
Patient already,
relabeled.
well, it was either
They
that or
already
the
got
patient,
them.
usually
Yeah,
they're
one at a
hospice.
time.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But the same with the dexamethasone. It says twice a
Can we
day.
talk about one?
Sure.
I'm having a hard time following this.
Yes.
I know.
So we were talking about Keppra, so
Okay.
let's start with Keppra, let's start from the beginning and just walk me step by step.
I think I might be able to help clarify, and Dr. McCready is the expert on this case, but the Keppra was filled according to one order and sent, and then the directions were changed sometime in the interim. So the family member thought that it was misfilled, even though it was filled under a correct set of directions that were changed rapidly.
Okay, that's what I was getting.
But I was trying to make sure.
Yeah.
So we want to be sure you guys saw that as part of the complaint, even though I think from the staff side, that one was not technically a misfill, it was a timeliness of crossing between changes in orders.
Okay.
We understand how quickly hospitals change.
All right, so how about the dexamethasone?
You want to explain?
Yes, ma'am. So that first complaint, 1685709, that's one that came through on Sunday. That order did in fact say BID that we received. Patient knew that it was supposed to be TID, so they, I guess when the nurse visited with the patient, they called the next morning after that first set had already gone out, we updated our records. But for her, she thought we already saw it.
But it was
Because it was-
actually filled like it was written.
It was still
Yeah.
accurately as it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me ask you this, how do you take one tablet 3 times a day every night?
That's where that's a separate order. That one wasn't factored. I looked at that.
That's not-
That doesn't make any sense at all. That's one of
All right, so for the first one, you filled it one way, according to the way it was in fact written,
Yes, sir.
but the direction, kind of like the Keppra. But then this is
That one.
So yeah, they filled it accurately, but the prescriber directions did not make sense.
That's what
So-
was on the prescription.
Yeah.
But they could have.
well, they still.
Well, we should
Yeah.
fix that.
Yeah, so they fixed that later, but they had to get clarification from the prescriber to fix that.
Okay.
I think if we boil down to it, there's only, out of all of these complaints, a lot of being either incorrect instructions coming in, having straightened out later, or a timeliness of crossing. I think there's only one prescription that we actually found in error, and it was the morphine indicating to be injected.
Okay. All right, so tell me about that.
So what I suspect happened in that, we take care of two, or when we were at Colliers takes care of inpatient hospice population and an outpatient hospice population. We do the morphine vials for their inpatients, because they administer them, they inject them, outpatients get the liquid concentrate. Reviewing through the edits log, what I believe happened is We had a newer in her. She inputted as vials. Looks like it made it down to a manual check. She changed it because she identified it was not supposed to be the vials, it was supposed to be the concentrate. And I think in the change, the directions didn't get fully labeled. She reported that it was the label on the bottle that was wrong, so we put two labels. We labeled the box and the end product, the bottle, but we dispensed the box because it's got a stopper, it's got the dropper, it's got everything they need to administer. And that actually goes into the comfort kit, which is probably why she might not have noticed it until further along in the complaint. So.
And if I can add something on that, that was picked up on the initial, 10/17 date. And then on 10/18 at 9:30 in the morning, I'm assuming the hospice nurse saw that because the directions were edited to say give by mouth. And then she says, the box says one thing, but the bottle says something else. We would have sent labels out to correct that, but maybe the nurse only put it on the box and not on the bottle and the box. And then it wasn't used, it says until the last week of life, like in November. So when she opened the bottle, it did say inject, but it was corrected that very next morning, first thing.
Oh, but it was missed to start.
But it went out incorrectly,
Yeah.
yes.
And this is a higher drug.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a drug that you get,
That's fine.
you get the dose wrong, or something wrong with it, there could be a serious problem. I'm also aware, just in general, of a case where in a dentist office, somebody injected Cepacol mouthwash. So I mean, this is kind of akin to that. You take something that comes from a bottle that is not designed to be drawn up for injection. And of course, the product not intended to be injected. This is very akin to that. As I listen to it, I'm trying to think of all the different things that you would have to get wrong in order for that to go out that way. This is one of the concerns.
What I believe happened is that it was caught in the process, that wrong drug, fix it, that someone attempted to make a correction to the directions from what it, because it didn't say by mouth, inject by mouth clearly makes absolutely no sense. That was missed. I agree. Because we have two labels, I believe that the outside label was on the box, like the little box that the concentrate comes in. I believe that's what got that updated label, because we had to change the drug. And I think that someone neglected to pull the inside concentrate out and relabel what we had flagged on the bottom.
And according to the label, you think that generally patients don't know what SOD is?
That's something to reflect on and change in that process. I agree.
There should be a nurse administering
The nurse does go over the comfort packs. We also include report what's in the comfort pack as part of their process. They review every one of the medicines with the patient's caregivers before that patient is left with that box. So we felt comfortable with it in the process. We had hundreds of these patients in that process that was buttoned up to make sure that patients were appropriately educated.
And I'm asking this question, do you guys only dispense this in the box with the manufacturer's syringe?
Yes, it's sealed, the top, yeah. To basically keep the idea that we did the burgers, full contents. And there it comes with the stopper, comes with the syringe, so we double label.
We've had places that want pharmacies to draw up doses of that into syringes, and that's a non-starter. The manufacturer directions even say to only use this, oral solution syringe that's specifically calibrated for the patient, because it's a powder concentrated opiate.
So what have you all put in place? I know you're not there now, but before you left, or what have you put in place to make sure that you catch those type of, it's kind of an obvious label in here.
Yeah, I guess just once we corrected it from being filled in styles in the beginning, the directions didn't get updated right away, but the next one they were, the labels were on the hospice nurse, but didn't get on both bottles. But again, it did go out incorrectly, just not, correcting everything. with-
I understand what happened, what I'm saying is, I mean, it did at some point go out.
Right.
So what have you put into place to help prevent that first error from happening? Yeah, there's a dexamethasone capra, I understand that. But
I
for
mean, I
this,
guess
it
we
didn't
haven't
go out.
technically put anything in place, but it's something we can definitely do, and talk with our manager now,
I think part of it, as we rolled out that process, we have somebody who's solely in charge of managing the hospice patients, so that we have consistency and expertise in that, versus have, our store is a very large store, most of our staff is dedicated to the front end retail side, and we have a coordinator who took care of our, I presume, things to take care of our long-term care and hospice patients. That was purposeful so that the nuances of taking care of that population, we had somebody specifically trained to do that. And in fact, she's the one who reviewed back through those records Monday morning when she got there. So that was part of her practice, is to anything that happens over the weekend, she brought herself up to speed and reviewed to make sure that it was all done right. In terms of additional steps, I think it's just having presence of mind to understand the two labels on it, we have to do a better job on that.
But the thing about medication errors, you can't work harder to fix a problem, you gotta work smarter. You gotta have a redundant system. So when you have a highlight med, whether it's Coumadin, morphine, or whatever the drug is, I believe that both of you work hard, there's no doubt, and I don't think you just go willy-nilly about doing the job, I'm not suggesting. I could fall prey to exactly the same thing, and so that's why you wanna have a redundant system, so that instead of one person seeing it, you gotta have it pass through two people. So that's why I'm pointing out this being highlight medication, that if you had a system whereby you were required to have two pharmacists' eyes, even if it's just at the point of the final product, because then you're going to catch the product itself, the label, and anything that may happen to be go along with it. But you require two different people authorized or to approve that prescription. So that's what I mean by something.
Right.
What is it that you can do differently?
Right, and we could definitely do something like that, maybe not two pharmacists all the time, but, maybe a pharmacist. And in terms of some of these error technician, this was on Sunday, wrong pharmacist. on Sunday.
Yeah, and that would be.
We could have two people that do, just look at it at the very end, like you said, on certain drugs especially.
So part of our process is not to have the same person see something all the way through, just to ensure that more than one person, this was all input by one person, may or may not have been filled exactly by that person, and then review a second or third time. So we do try to make it a point not to have one person, because then you don't have those extra sets of eyes. But I agree with you, there's opportunity to.
Your software will route things that way. For example, I know some of the chains, they route, for example, for highlight drugs, they will route certain drugs through two different people, two different pharmacies. So, yeah.
We have Pioneer, rights, I don't know if that's.
They can have a policy that affects what pharmacist or pharmacist in the text. Look at it.
Yeah.
So where are you now?
So I now operate Michael Butler's set of pharmacies. I'm the vice president of that group. He's brought me on board to bring the experience I have with Colliers to oversee. I'm now the number two in that group policy, which is another reason this kind of shook me reading, because I have a high degree of confidence in my ability, and seeing the initial link of that component really made me evaluate my approach and processes. I'm very thankful that nothing as a result of what we did led to patient harm, but made me realize how easy these types of mistakes are to happen. And we're found wasted arguments.
So are you at the same pharmacy, different position?
No, different
Not now.
pharmacy company.
We
I work.
You're still at the pharmacy where this happened?
Yes, sir.
You're at a different pharmacy.
I work from the home office.
Okay.
So in a nutshell, we've had them both come in because it's convoluted, to say the least.
Really?
But there's really only one actual error, I think, that we would consider, which was the morphine prescription having inject instead of squirting them out or whatever. That was input by an intern and Dr. Moon actually checked. And they did, I guess, discover that and fix it later. It sounds like because of the way this is a comfort kit, it may not have to stick to both things, but they did come back to pharmacy.
So you didn't ever see that one?
When you were involved with Mr. Kepler, correct?
I was involved in, I believe.
Well, there's several, but one of these felt like the errors might have been was the Kepler. I mean,
The Keppra, if it's the 5712 prescription, yes, it shows that Debbie input it and I checked it, but upon looking at that prescription, the patient reported that it was supposed to be BID, but was labeled as 3 times a day. But if you look at that prescription, it was a part of that initial order set. You had to order, I did it accurately as my order.
and then that prescription didn't go out till the next day, is that correct?
That's what if I checked it, it had to have been the next day because I didn't work that week.
And the new prescription for Kepler,
Came in and it looks like I've got documents where I spoke with the nurse at 9:51, but we opened at 8 traditionally, and in fact, it might have been by that point, started at 7 o'clock run, where we would open an hour before, so that the pharmacists had an opportunity to work without the distractions of the pharmacy. Not many pharmacies I know regularly have 4 pharmacists on the bench, so I think Colliers does a good job to make sure that we are adequately staffed and positioned to take care of patients.
so you think that the
I
Kepler
believe,
went out before the new?
yes, if I checked it because it was a hospice prescription, if it was there, I would have immediately got it ready because they were usually at the pharmacy by 8:30 or 9 o'clock to get the meds that they need to make the rounds. Can't tell you that with confidence, but I can, with certainty, but I can tell you with a high degree of confidence that's what happened.
In the dexamethasone, did you have a note to call and verify, since it said take 3 times a day at that time?
I don't. I believe that
Yeah,
was
I
just,
think probably the hospice nurse called because the patient or the wife says, she brought it to the hospice nurse attention and she says, Collier keyed it in wrong and she would have to correct it. So I think she probably had the new orders and then called to say, hey, we have this and that's something.
I believe.
That's what I think probably happened that next morning.
But it was still accurately.
It was still like.
Proper in that direction.
I think there's enough going on. I mean, the take 1 3 times a day, bedtime nonsense will doesn't matter if that is helping Dr. Burke. Some people may think SOB is one thing, and you're in shortness of breath. The issue of injecting morphine, if in fact somebody might actually try, not that you gave them a needle to do it.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of concern, even though for the Kepler and the dexamethasone, I understand how that transpired.
I think for those, the weird issue is they filled it accurately until you can get clarification on it, which is, it's one of those things that's frustrating, I think, for us, but it's not necessarily wrong, even though we know it makes no sense. They know it makes no sense, and it's.
Well, that is the kind of thing that should have raised the question of how the patient understands. I mean, I think that's a fair game, that's what they need to do. The biggest concern I have is the morphine and knowing that it could be anything. I mean, whatever mistake you make with an opiate, wrong direction, wrong route of administration, wrong product, wrong whatever. In this case, we know what was wrong, but it could have been anything. And had it been anything else, it still could have been missed the same as this was missed. So I think it's the implication that this is how the drug and what could potentially happen to it is the concern.
I think where my concern is, and you probably explained it, but I understand it. What lead you to think, I understand that it could have been missed on the 2 labels, but what lead you to think y'all fixed it before you ever delivered it? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Or no, it got over
No, yeah, no, it shows it was picked up on 10/17,
Okay.
but then in our edits on the prescription on 10/18 at 9:30, it shows directions were changed from inject to give, and then that's what the label reflects. And then she says that the label on the box said inject by mouth, but our label says give by mouth once it was corrected, and that's what the edits show. So I think that is maybe it was typed on better, but the bottle still said the previous directions that did go out. So when we reprinted the label, we would usually give 2, one for the box and one for the bottle, for the hospice nurse to take out, but I don't know, you know.
But anyway, we looked at it, it got said
It-
they're wrong.
Yes, originally.
Inject versus.
Right.
Inject.
And, you know, it get very confusing, as you said, with a Sunday admit. Yeah, so you had the Sunday thing going on, and, orders rapidly change. And by the time the nurse gets you the information, it's changed, and then you have to get out of the new set of labels, get it over there, get it relabeled. So it's a very confusing thing. I've lived with this myself, having, you know, working with, nursing home patients. And then sometimes having, Sunday admission, you're not open on Sunday, but you get there, you get it done.
I don't worrisome, I'm sorry. It's kind of worrisome that you send the labels over and hope the nurse.
I mean, I don't say hope, but I mean, if, you know, they saw it, they let us know, and so we corrected it, but she was taking, the hospice nurse takes to these patients, if they're at home care. So.
It's usually not in our practice to send labels. As a PFC, I want it.
But we could have had the bottles come back and then relabel them and send it back, but then what if they, you know, I mean, the office there.
I just think that might be a best practice.
That's definitely
I mean, we could have done that, or.
And I'm sure it's not a routine thing that happens all the time, but I think almost the pharmacist needs to go ahead and relabel.
If that's something we could definitely put into place, you know, we go do it, or we have the bottle come back and then send it back out. That's true.
Because you don't know how many people there might touch it and might
Right.
not do the job.
Right.
But I think it's, there that happens. I guess the system can't catch that for you.
Fix the system.
Yeah, if you have, you do it.
Even if it's manual, I mean, it's best if it's automated.
Right.
But at least you could do it manually.
Should not have anything injectable on the whole beds.
Yeah, I'd be best if
And I
somebody
think let's change.
control route of administration based on dosage.
It works until it's a free hand.
Or it works until you actually have to squirt it and inject it more.
You can have injectables as oral, but you can't have orals as injectables. You use eye drops in ear, but not ear drops in eye.
And you go to nursing involved, now granted, you would expect a nurse to know. But nurses, and I don't mean this to be a disparaging, stereotypical comment, but nurses are concerned about how I'm gonna get this drug into the person. You know, they will take control of these products and crush them if that's what they need to do and put down. So if you have somebody who may be not knowledgeable and who knows what might happen in the middle, you have that intermediary. So the pharmacist has to do everything they can to make sure that it's right, so that downstream things don't occur.
But this one is weird, and part of the sidebar we're having is, if we see this many issues on one patient from this hospice provider, we don't have authority to go audit all their stuff, but I think a letter of caution or something needs to go to the provider if they are having this many acute changes and just completely erroneous sets of instructions. I think we could at least do that. It's also weird with hospice long-term care, you know, you're in a pressure cooker to get it out as quick as possible. And, you know, I'm not the only one that's practicing a little bit of this curriculum, but it's very difficult oftentimes to get clarification or track the prescriber down in long-term care or hospice. But there's no counseling. It's, you know, if you can't get whoever sent you the order on the phone, it's not like you can ask the patient, you know, hey, what else is going on? Because this looks weird, or ask for.
But none of that would have made a difference on the report. That was
Well,
a different requirements.
Well, if the patient was there and you were counseling them on it, I think it's more likely someone would have picked up that this is an oral product and it says inject.
No, I'm talking about, there was nothing about the provider that caused that.
No, that's the unique one. I'm talking about all the other stuff, because we had such a long complaint of there are all these issues. We go, well, really and truly, there's only one issue. It's a mid-air, there's no question about lack of patient counseling, because the patient isn't there at the pharmacy, is going to another medical professional to administer.
But I see two types of areas. One's labeling. Shortness of breath, or SOB, is that understood? 3 times a day at bedtime, that doesn't make any sense. And then the other is route of administration.
Well, the only one that was inaccurate, according to the precedents and what the board looked at, is the route of administration.
I would disagree. But
Because
that's another, irrespective of whether that matches what the prescriber wrote, it's still nonsensical going to the patient.
But it is accurate according to the prescriber's directions. I'm saying, when we do an accuracy audit, the ones that we've done in the past, that would actually not flag on accuracy audit, even though we would agree it's not right, it was still accurate.
As a learned person, how would you take one tablet 3 times a day at bedtime?
I didn't say it was right, I said it was accurate.
I'm not gonna split that hair.
Yeah.
As a patient, how would you take that medication?
I would probably take 3 at bedtime if I was that confused.
For dexamethasone, it probably would be okay.
Yeah.
But that just so happens to be the case.
Yeah, if it was, the problem is the directions conflict with themselves.
I don't mean to beat you up.
I hear where you're coming from. I appreciate your perspective.
I'm not being,
I agree.
yeah,
On the sensitivity.
I want to be constructive for you. I'm being critical of what happened. So I don't take it personally.
I agree with what you're saying.
I'm not trying to beat you up, but it does concern me.
Yeah.
And that how it's going to be illuminated at the beginning.
I think what happened in the beginning was that it was still as idols. The focus was converting it over to the accurate product. And I think in that process, that's what he injected gene from, not excusing him, but it was initially filled for the vials, and the focus was accurate drug, the directions were accurate. It was the leading of the inject that was doesn't make sense. It should clearly lead to patient confusion. It's in the comfort kit. There might not be a nurse. Very sensitive to the idea that you can't have that. Believe me, I've been reflecting a lot.
And it does seem to happen when there is an error, there's usually counting things that happened and didn't go exactly right, whereas it came through right in the first place. So that's another training issue y'all can do with your pets. You know, do y'all do any kind of percentage, how many errors they make, or do you make them go back and fix things because to help them learn, you know, that kind of stuff?
Our system, we want, if there was a load to decline in the computer RX system, I don't know that we used that, but it was my policy as PSC to not just fix errors for people. It was a simple practice, not to rub their nose in it, but for learning.
Yeah, I think, I don't have proof that more errors happen in hospice orders. I do think at times they're a little bit more confusing, just based on my past experience. But I have seen a lot of medication error examples, either, you know, read through the literature or actually in these type of settings with those concentrated solutions. So I think you guys could put some additional safety measures in place around that, and I agree 100% that asking somebody else to label the bottle, you know, a hospital setting, we get asked to do that all the time, just to send a label up to the floor. That's, I don't know. We need to put that on the product. So I'm not saying you guys have to go to home and do it yourself, but is there some way that somebody can ensure that they bring it back to you so you can make sure all the labeling? I don't know if you guys have SOPs or policies in place, but if that could be something that was more incorporated in, so that as new pharmacists come on board and look at policy, it's part of their standard.
And maybe we could have, you know, relabeled a box and a bottle, send our driver out to pick up the wrong one and switch it out, you know, we could have done that.
You said you're opening putting the inside label on within your tamper tail, and you're putting some type of tamper tail.
Well, the bottom comes sealed. And so because you're supposed to label it, but because that package comes with the stopper and the dropper and everything packaged, it's its own kit. It's its own kit. We label the box, so if anyone was getting into the comfort kit, they would know what it is without getting through it.
So this isn't a long-term care emergency kit.
No. I'm just talking strictly about the box that concentrated ones.
The 30 ml bottle,
Yeah,
15, that comes,
Roxanne.
the little bottle and the box.
Around the block. So the bottle, do you label the inside bottle?
Right.
Inside the bottle?
And the box.
But how do you keep from opening up the box?
We open the box. That's not what's sealed. What's sealed is the bottle, like the bottle itself. So it's not plastic.
Okay.
So we just take it out, label it. In the event they lose the box, they're still labeled.
But
Because we try to do a thorough job this one.
so I know that I'm looking at this thing. I don't disagree.
I don't disagree with anything like you said, but I think.
But I think you want to see a policy that they don't send labels out for others to relabel meds. And, you know, whatever type of training they.
So kind of double check on Tyler's.
I think
Work with their computer system to see if you can't put something in that. It shouldn't allow you to change the drug and still have wrong directions. I mean, I don't know if it's a free format or how the directions are there, but there should be some kind of stop in there, I would think. Which we can't make you do that because the system may not be able to, but we can make you put it in your policy to do these things.
But yeah, how you operationalize it, the encouragement would be to use technology to automate it. But we can ask you, which I actually would ask you, to put an action, two things really. One is an action plan. How are you going to fix it? And then make that a policy. Now, if we make it one and the same, that's okay. But I guess I'm focusing this on you, still there. I don't know if that can extend to you as far as other things that will personally extend to you. But as far as tell us what you're going to do to fix the issue, I would ask you to make the focus of the highway drug. That way it doesn't just cover morphine. It covers every highway drug. If you're looking, you say, well, what's a highway drug? Go to isnp.org and look at the community list. But I think you know what highway drugs are. So put in place a system that makes sure that you have redundant checks and redundant systems to make sure that everything going out is correct. And that way it covers all highway drugs, not just opiates. But I also think that extending investigation and again, going back to being meaningful, for me, I would want to see a significant concentration. So 5 hours in education and medication areas, and 3 hours separately on top of that for highway drugs. Along with then from the pharmacy, they've written response back to the board, what's your action plan? And you want to put that in the form of a SOP and attach that to it. Those are the kind of things I would be able to do. And it's not to be punitive. No, it's a help.
Yes.
I hope you understand.
So you'd say for Dr. Moon that you want to see an action plan and hopefully a policy change.
I'll take the hopefully out. Let's say action plan and the associated policy.
That's better. And then 5 hours on med airs, 3 hours about highway drugs.
Not 5 and 3 up, but 8. So 5 hours on medication areas, 3 hours separately on highway drugs.
That's what I mean, 5 hours on one and 3 hours of the other.
Yeah, for both of them.
Okay. Well, for both of them,
Yes.
what are you charging Dr. Jones for?
He was involved in
Not in the med area,
not
not more. You would encourage him to do it, but I don't think.
I'll be happy to
charge him to do it.
Like, great, if I didn't get to charge it.
It's one of those things where, I guess the point is for his record, if he'll voluntarily do it, it's in it, that's one thing, but I don't think you want to put it in order that someone considers this area for the non-area.
You're right.
And he's probably
I still would encourage you to do it.
The funny thing is, I'm betting that Dr. Jones is probably going to do the same type of policy where he is now to keep it from ever happening.
Right.
Because that's his job where he is now.
Right. Yeah. You're right.
This is not material to what we're talking about as far as CE. I noticed one other thing on this prescription on page, I wonder if, because they wrote, I'm assuming that's SL for sublingual, if they interpreted as SC. And if you guys have a shortcut in your system for SC to automatically blow and understand. I was just gonna say, it's been forever since I've worked in Dell, but I used to have shortcuts, one, PID, Jenner, all that. And so if you have SC built in as a shortcut, you may consider making that SUBQ or taking that shortcut out some way, because that may have contributed to that under skin stick. That would be something that you could go back and check.
Right.
Because I can see where that would definitely look like an SC instead of SL. It looks like a C.
It'd be a strange interpretation of following the PO.
It would be for someone that, but for someone that's just inputting.
It's almost like either or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for a technician, I can see how they may not have the judgment to understand that. Any pharmacist who would interpret that PO or subcutaneous, same product.
Anyway, I just noticed that. In my mind, it might have contributed to the city issue.
Oh, we got all this. Yeah.
I've got an action plan and a policy, both, not hopefully. 5 hours of med air CE and 3 hours of high alert drug
Well, Dr. Richmond did say, I mean, what if they just write a new policy? Do they have to do two separate things, or, I mean, a normal,
I think the action plan will be how they educate on policy. If they just want to go straight to make a policy, we want to know this is the policy, and here's how we have outlined it to our staff.
Right. Yeah, an action plan will involve.
Okay.
Yeah, here's the policy, and here's how we implement it.
yeah.
Then I don't know if you go. The final.
Well, I would say it's probably investigate the cost.
And I think it's definitely disciplinary, but, so it have to be investigated costs. And I mean, the board had to do a lot of work to
Sure.
when they give all these complaints and then to dispel all of those, took a lot of work, I'm sure, but.
Well, 1.5 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah.
You know, maybe,
Yeah,
it's
this,
been a while since I
Yeah.
did this, so.
this one wasn't like a huge
I
time.
mean, I just had to.
Well, it's like 20.
Imagine, no, well, I would say one morning, I just would.
That's $50.
Because really it's the CE and the policy. Okay, all this in a motion. Somebody second this motion. Dr. Curtis, like. I'll second it, because Dr. Richard made it.
Are you okay with that? The part of the-
Fine.
You made the motion.
You all let me pontificate about the other stuff, so I'll keep quiet.
Okay, all in favor, any questions? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
So we will reduce this to writing and send it to you. Do you want us to mail it, email it?
Usually do that, so then.
Yes, we'll mail it to you. And that way, and then it'll have a time frame on it, and if you got any questions about it, let us know.
Okay, sounds good.
Now, they said non-disciplinary, that means it doesn't get reported to the guy. It's just an investigative cost that goes in your file, but it doesn't show disciplinary action on the license.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Take Carol's back.
Yeah.
Our next appointment is scheduled for 1. It's when y'all sit on via Zoom. So y'all want to come back at 1 or 1:10 or?
I mean, I don't.
Do we like to call
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I want to, can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, on.
Or 2:30. They have a flight change, and so if we get them in by 3.
Okay.
Just to do kind of a hard stop with it. So
Okay.
I think that our next one, we're gonna go. I don't think there's convoluted processing.
This one.
Yeah. Cindy, if you'll kill that. right, we are coming back there. Just want to be sure that you can hear us.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So come back to order. Board members, you have in your packet for Brenda, Susan, Carter. At the last meeting, you had asked for Dr. Carter to send proof of CE as well as laid out a plan for financial penalty and a letter from her prescriber saying that she is safe for work. And I believe so we do have our proof of CE in order, and we got the letter on, we'll pull it from the computer past that.
Do you have a letter that, what all do you have?
We got the proof of CE and the order that you guys had asked for, which is outlined here. We do have a signed copy of it back. The successful completion of 4.25 hours of CE that should pay monetary penalties on for December 31st, 2021. Get a letter indicating she's safe to practice for board approved health professional, which Dr. Fain is actually getting a print copy of that for you, so it didn't upload on the tablets. And then it will be on probation. I believe there's a specific date on it for 2025. So not 4 years, but until December of 2025.
John, shouldn't the date for bullet number 2 be December 31st, 2022?
Yes, and the corrected one did not load for some reason. We pulled the draft, but it is for 2022.
Thanks, Ben. How did you do it?
You got it?
Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's just when I talk about my husband.
That's gonna take some time.
I have 3 great boys, though. Amazing.
For a signed copy of it. So,
There's LEDs.
but it's got number. So it's corrected to say December 15th, 2022, and then number 4, the date is December 31st, 2025. So when it actually asked for 2025, we went back and listened to the video, and that was what the board asked us, right?
On the CE, why under home hours? Is it, if you had 0 home hours, that means a lot of course?
Generally, yes. There's
I
usually,
think over to the side, it says
yeah,
one pass.
it's the way that the grants, when it's not landscape view.
So was there a purposeful change from December 31st to December 15th?
I think that when we went in,
The board said this in the.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I was asked if there was a different date. My response was, this is what the board asked us to put in the order. We, staff cannot make changes to that. So I think Dr. Carter's request is if the board still agrees to the order to allow her to go back to practice on the board says if you're informal, you guys make that final determination.
Because we wanted to ensure that all the things were understood. There were, I remember that being kind of convoluted or what counts, what didn't count, when the dates and all that kind of stuff. So here's comply. Of course, it's not.
The only comment I would have, is just make sure, because it all arose out of CE, just make sure in the future you stay on top of it.
I actually got 12 extra hours than the 30 hours I was supposed to get for last year, so. It was in the reinstatement part that they submit to y'all, and it was kind of omitted last time, so.
Okay, what I was trying to say is that in the future, stay on top of that. I understand that you have done everything you can ask, but this all arose out of two different biennial periods. So just make sure. That's all right, that's all I have to say. I can't get it out of me.
Like an entertainment motion, is just.
I'll make the motion that we been provided what we needed to allow her to go to practice.
No.
I will. You don't have. Almost second, so can I, go ahead and proceed?
We would have, I mean, does it matter if it's a forum or not?
Well, you don't qualify for them on the informal committee. We have done it with anywhere from 2 to 5 board members. It's one of those things where oftentimes it's up to the policy of the board, whether or not the president votes or makes motions or seconds. And I've been on boards that do allow it, and I've been on boards that don't. So that's up to you. We don't have an official policy either way.
Not policy, I think you're gonna have to.
I will concur with Dr. Fergu's assessment about the board president's ability to make motions and vote.
Just because you're president, you know, or chairperson of the committee, although you may not usually vote, it does not remove your ability to vote.
Correct, with your discretion.
I will go ahead and vote. And, we got a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Yes, you abstain from voting, okay. One person abstaining from voting, and the motion passes. Okay, we're gonna allow you to go back to work. But like Dr. Richard was saying, you got to follow the rules. You can't step out of the CE because, you know, this was a very simple thing. That, you know, none of us should be here, sitting here talking about any of this. You should have just got your CE and, you know, moved on with your life. So, thank you.
So we will process it and mail it out and along with a countersigned copy of it. So we should be able to process it next. Right, as soon as you get your license, you're good to go.
We're good to go. I'm sorry, John, I got disconnected there just a little bit.
Yes. There it
Okay.
is. The board votes to approve it. We will process it. And we were saying as soon as she gets her license back, then she will be good to go.
Okay. We appreciate the board's time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Take care there.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
So next up, we have Taylor Lively.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. So the board members have just gotten a copy of your file with all the information in it for it. I'm going to go over real quick kind of how this process works and who you will be seeing on your screen. On screen, and if you're looking at the little picture of all of us, from me and to my right, your left, we are staff members here at the board. I have Dr. Brenda McCready, who's our assistant director, and then right off screen we have Mr. Joe West, who's our legal counsel to the Attorney General's office. On the other side of me, you have three of our board members who are decision makers today. Dr. Lenore Newsom, who is the chairperson of the Informal Committee. We have Dr. Debbie Mack also, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. In this process, we're here today because of a med error that was reported to us that we're going to discuss in just a minute, that the board members have details on. In this process, there's a couple things that are most important. When we have this discussion at some point, just like you just heard, at the end, the board members will come up with some suggestion or some vote of action. You have the opportunity, not necessarily today, but within 30 days, to either agree or disagree with whatever action they come up with. If you agree with what their suggestion is, we will process it. We'll process it as staff, and you will just enter into whatever the agreement is. If you disagree, it will be your chance to request a hearing before the full board at a later date. That will be here in our offices with all 8 board members instead of 3. We would have a hearing officer, a court reporter, and we would swear everyone in as witnesses, much like going into an actual court for a trial. So I've asked you 2 questions real quick. Do you have any questions about why you're here today?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you have anybody else that you were trying to get on with you since you're at distance with us today?
No, sir.
Okay. So at any point during this, if something comes up and you have especially a procedural question about why something is happening or how something is happening, wave your hands, get our attention on screen. So be sure we help answer any questions that you have. Okay. With that, I'm going to let Dr. McCready give a brief overview of the med error, and then I know the board members are going to want to talk to you. And we're going to do our best to speak up because there's only one microphone that's at the camera that's picking us up. So if you can't hear us, also let us know.
Okay, I will.
This came in as a complaint, and woman filed a complaint because her son was given the wrong medication at the pharmacy. The prescription was written for dexamethasone ER 5 milligrams, and the patient was given dexamethamphetamine 5 milligrams. And that's basically the complaint.
Okay. You want to tell us what happened from your perspective?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Okay, you want to tell us what happened from your perspective?
If you can tell us what happened from your perspective with this specific issue.
Okay. So I believe it was on a Saturday. Sorry, I'm really nervous. Give me just a second. My voice is a little shaky.
You're fine.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I believe the med error happened on a Saturday. It was a Saturday that I worked a long shift. At the time, I worked at the 24-hour Walgreens on Bowman. And it was, like I said, it was a long shift. It was Saturday. I was there by myself. I own up to the fact that I obviously, I was the only pharmacist there. I was the one who made the error. It was entered by a technician. I missed it when it came through for verification. Probably a lot of things that could have been going on that could have led to it, but ultimately it was on me. That was my job to catch the error. I didn't catch it at verification when it came through, like to review to bag. When we scan the prescription, unless you click to view the image of the prescription doesn't pop up. It just pops up with the med that's in the box. And, I verified that the correct med that was going into the bottle was the med that was on the screen, even though it was, entered incorrectly previously. I don't specifically remember the interaction with the patient. Any new prescription requires a consult. So I did ask, if there were any questions, if the medication was new. And to my knowledge, I don't remember there being any issue at checkout. I don't remember any specific questions about the medication occurring. I wasn't actually made aware of the issue until I returned to work. I want to say it was that following Tuesday. That's when the pharmacy manager brought it to my attention that there had been an error. She explained to me what happened. She explained to me the interaction that happened with the patient when she came back to the pharmacy on Sunday, but I wasn't there. So I had no interaction in the actual telling of what happened. I was just told about it when I came back to work that Tuesday. Like I said, we went over it. She told me what happened. She documented it per our SOP, like a STARS, reporting event. The pharmacy manager was the actual one who contacted the patient and talked to her about the event that happened. So I never had any contact with the patient after the error was made. It's one thing that I hate, that I never got to, explain to her that I was sorry and, that it was something that obviously I never wanted to happen. But that's kind of, I guess, all I have on my end of what happened.
Okay, have you made any changes to the way you practice pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am, 100%. After I was made aware of the error, I kind of had a little, a little breakdown. Just the fact that I had just the fact that I had made the error to begin with. I'm really hard on myself. I'm one of those people who I'm definitely once I make a mistake, I change a lot of things. So I hopefully don't ever have that same outcome again. Recently, the reason I'm not actually there in person is because I have moved out of the state. I actually live in Nevada now. I have an active license here. I check and double check and triple check prescriptions now. I make sure that I'm never the one entering and reviewing prescriptions, especially if I'm, the only one on the only active pharmacist at the time. I always pull up the hard copy of prescriptions. I check, like I said, double check, triple check those now. I actually didn't find out until I moved to Nevada that they, it kind of put a different check on me too, because here they require like diagnosis codes on any kind of controlled prescription that's dispensed. So that kind of added another check to me now, because you have to look at the prescription and document the diagnosis code. So that kind of made me feel a little better after everything that happened. But yes, ma'am, to answer your question, yeah, I've changed a lot about how I practice now.
Thank you. You don't have any questions?
Just so I understand, she was working here, but as
She
she
was.
moved to Nevada?
Yes.
Okay, but she's still one of our licenses?
Yes. And was the time that this happened last fall. This case,
Yeah.
The parent was very upset and irate. You would read that, I think another pharmacist tried to reassure the parent that the child did not ever take it. And the pharmacist did not feel like it would have been harmful to the child to have taken it. And I think that interaction didn't necessarily go well. I think the pharmacist pharmacist trying to reassure that, oh my gosh, this is a concern, but it would not have necessarily been harmful. And I think it sounds like the patient may have thought that was being dismissive instead of taking it seriously, even though it appeared to us everyone took it very seriously.
Yeah, I believe that it was just, I think how, and like I said, I don't think it was intentional, but I think the interaction that happened after the error, it was more of a, I think he was trying to assure the patient that nothing bad had happened, but I think it came off as like he didn't care and he was trying to hide something, like he didn't want to tell her my name, which I mean, I had no problem with him telling, you know, my name, and I would have gladly talked to her if I had been there. I just wasn't there when she came back to the pharmacy.
Was it Tytron and Kilodron or?
It was
Yes.
written as dexamethasone.
Ex-member.
Yeah, it was written that way when she got dexamethasone.
It was keyed in correctly, but not called.
Well, it was 5 milligram ER. So the
There's a-
next part.
Yeah, it was a look-alike, sound-alike salad issue with similar dosing, and when it was input wrong, it wasn't called on that initial kind of 4-point check. From there, the counseling was the same, the dosage itself was the same, it was the wrong chemical for the same indication. So, I mean, you've got a salad mix-up, like this is the worst one you could have, because it's, hey, is this for such and such today? Yes, it is. Well, this is the dose. Here's how you take like everything else matched except Dex for Dex.
But this is, it may sound different, but this is almost directly analogous to the last area we just had.
Yes,
And
it is.
There's an error on the drug. It could have been anything downstream, but the error happened that it wasn't detected. And this also is Howard, just not a Howard drug, it's a Howard patient.
Yeah.
So for a pediatric patient, I think you want to be in tune. And clearly, Dr. Barkley is upset about this, so there's no doubt that she's probably done a great deal of self-searching and thought about this. But I would see some of the same needs as far as what we missed in the last one, as far as continuing education goes with the same issue. So one for medication errors, and then because this Barkley has described how she double checks, triple checks, that's akin to working harder. But you need to work smart. I'm not saying that she's not working smart.
Yeah.
But in other words, you need to change the way that you go about approaching medication for a 5-year-old.
Yeah. So it's the method, not the amount.
Right. So I think I see some of the same issues. I certainly can see how the mechanism of the error, the look like, sound alike, is where it happened. But the outcome, I still think we could address that from an educational perspective.
Is that a motion?
Well, and to the exclusion, so that we make sure that if we're comparing it to the prior case, she's not in a position to
make
one
those
change,
changes.
an action plan for a change pharmacy, plus she's not great.
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to affect that change.
I will also add, I do upon counseling now, I actually make sure that I mention what drug I'm talking about to the patient. 1, to make sure they're getting the right thing before they leave in general, and then 2, because of what happened. I try to, like I said, I've had a lot of breakdowns about this since it happened. So, but I just wanted to add that. I'm sorry.
So you got the form of the motion.
What amount of CD to mirror what you did earlier?
So 5 on medication errors and 3 on highlight drugs, or in this case, make sure it addresses dispensing medications to a highlight population like a pediatric population. Doesn't necessarily have to be about peds, it could be about geriatrics, it could be about some other highlight population, but yes.
The 250, investigative costs. I would say that if that's the first.
Yeah, I'll make it work.
All right. Okay, have a motion on the floor, any further discussion?
Dr. Whiteley, I would just, thank you for the self-searching. It's clear that, you know, this is, as I've said, in terms of, no different from our prior one we had as well. I think we have a lot of good pharmacists who are licensees. This is not, intended to be an indictment on you personally, but just asking that you apply, the continuing education just to improve your practice.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
So Dr. Whiteley, we will reduce this to writing, and what they're asking, this would be a non-disciplinary order. It would not be reportable to the National Data Bank. They want you to get 8 hours of CE, and we'll lay out the specifics of that. That would be in addition to your normal 30 hours for renewal. And they also have a $250 just a reimbursement to the board for investigative costs of the staff. So not a disciplinary fine, but just to reimburse for staff time and board time spent on your case. So we will send this to you. If you 30 days to either agree or disagree with it. If you agree with it, we'll go forward from there.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for getting on with us today. Hopefully that wasn't as bad as you anticipated.
I never want to have to be in front of you guys unless it's just to say hi. But thank you so much.
We have friendly visits all the time with people. Thank you for being on with us today.
Thank you. Is there anything else I need to do, or am I good to go?
That's it for today.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. All right, did you guys find some good lunch?
We took your recommendation.
Where'd you go? Yeah, Capital Hotel.
Oh.
Real.
And there was somewhat of a beauty pageant practice going on outside. Young ladies were,
With all their sashes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some, I think they were having a mini beauty pageant and like going for the day, just because there were all kinds of people around. Okay, I'm gonna get in. Don't come on up. This will be under your 2:30. I know you guys have flight to catch.
Now, that song goes, I woke up this morning, baby, or we woke up this morning for flight cancellations.
Yeah. So we'll have, if you guys want to tell the board who you are real quick, and I'll remind you, because we have to record these and we stream them. The only microphone we have is in the little camera right there. So you have to speak up, and we might be hard of hearing as well. So.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, board members. I believe I know pretty much most of the folks in the room, Mr. Richmond. Good afternoon, council. Good afternoon. My name is Ed McGinley. I'm here along with Alberta Sylvie, who is the pharmacist in charge of the Aspen Pharmacy, that's making application today for an out-of-state license. The board had sent a notification requesting an in-person appearance. I'm accompanying them for several reasons, obviously for guidance, but also as a past user of their services. I can speak personally to the services that they provide, the access that's provided to patients and to pharmacies to be able to help their patients get medications that they need. And we provided a slide deck in advance for your review, and we're here at the board's pleasure to answer any questions you may have. And I'll turn it over to Alberta.
Good afternoon. This is really set out pharmacist in charge of Aspen Pharmacist too. I've been working here for 5 years. Pharmacist for over 30 years. And like I said, I'm here to apply for out-of-state license for Arkansas, so the certifications of Arkansas. Through our model, we are not expensive pharmacy. Like I said, we did send the slides over earlier. I don't know if you've received them, but if not, it has copies there.
They're under the first Aspen, there's ASPN and ASPN2. The first file is the PowerPoint.
And maybe I mentioned your Arkansas license.
And I'm also, yes, I'm an Arkansas licensed pharmacist also. So at this point, if you want me, I could go through the PowerPoints.
Yes, so I will.
Go through all.
You mean all 23?
Yeah, it's long, but I'll make it short.
Yeah, maybe you could give us a quick.
I think that to help cut to the chase for the staff concern, this is a non-dispensing pharmacy, and so it would take in information on the prescriptions and then automatically send those to an unrelated pharmacy. And I think for the staff, we have some new statutes. I know you guys have looked at some of that about information sharing with patient freedom of choice. It doesn't. At first glance, it sounds like, well, how's the patient exercising freedom of choice if Aspen gets it and it's not the patient choosing where their prescription is fulfilled? There's in the newer Arkansas laws, it's not legal for me to share information, or for me as a pharmacy to receive or know that information from another pharmacy unless the patient was chosen. That's why we asked them to come in and kind of explain those aspects of the business model.
First thing I'd kind of like to know is, why would, and I'm not questioning, I just trying to understand. Why would someone send a prescription to a clearinghouse, if you will, your pharmacy, instead of just directly to a pharmacy?
So our advantage is we work with manufacturers that supply a lot of the savings cards, and coupons, so we have that advantage of having it with us here and signing the patients up. So when we receive a prescription from the physician's office, our first contact is sending out either, we have two options, how we can communicate with patients also. We can send a text to the patient, saying, giving them a welcome call or a welcome call. So we communicate with the patient as soon as we receive the prescription, it's that into our system. But that's the first step. So we start communication with the patient right away. And then we start processing as soon as we hear from the patient. And then what our specialty is working hard for patients. Specialty medications that are high cost, usually first turnaround injected from the insurance companies. And then what we do is assist in getting those prior authorizations approved. And then we triage it out, transfer it out to a pharmacy, a dispensing pharmacy that's capable of sending it to the patient. And those in the slides too, you see we have many ways of the patient doing that. We have a patient portal, which is access to the patient on the fingertips where they can actually go there. We have it's kind of cool technology where they go, they use a Google search to find a local pharmacy. If they don't have one, they can pick any pharmacy, they put their zip code in and it will pop up pharmacies for them in the general area that they live in. So they can tell us they can go there. We also have a network of pharmacies that we work with that are able to also dispense. So we work with them closely, and we can send the triage to them and have them dispense it to the pharmacies, to the patients.
So you're a licensed pharmacist.
Yes.
You use the word transfer. But my question is this, John, if they're a pharmacy transferring a prescription that has never been filled, can it really be transferred?
They cannot do it for controlled substances or the DEA, but on non-controlled substances, it would be a state-by-state determination. We do allow non-controllables that are on hold to be transferred. So what the interesting thing is, many times people would look at this as part of a offsite order entry or central fill process. We do not allow offsite order review in retail across state line. has to be an Arkansas located pharmacy. Because that way it's, I mean, it would be a Class A pharmacy, we would be inspected and seen firsthand.
But that would be for the purpose of actually dispensing. Now, what
Yes.
they're doing, that might generally be part of the process, but it's not technically part of the dispensing process.
No.
So that would not pose an issue for us.
I don't think so. I think the issue that we really had was with the newer acts in Arkansas, it's getting an explanation of how the information gets to them, how it's shared with third-party pharmacy, with or without the patient's blessing.
Well, prescriptions from health physicians for the prescribing.
So how did the physicians even notice it?
Manufacturers, the sales reps go out, you know, and recommend to physicians, you know, to publish for a patient or use prior authorizations, or, you know, have savings card for the patient. You know, you can send it to the pharmacist.
And then you will literally send it to any pharmacy
Patient
they
choice.
choose, and if they don't have a choice,
And we can recommend one of our pharmacists.
but they aren't owned by it.
No,
You just work with.
yeah, we just. So the idea is to get the patient started on therapy while we work on their prior authorization, right? So, they have a copay card, they start therapy. We work on prior authorization, then we do medical, and we also do pharmacy, so we do kind of both. You know, with usually at first fill, the patient gets on therapy, we get that prior authorization.
So you're allowing through the other pharmacy to let them have the medicine before you even get the prior auth approved?
Correct, this is still a line prescription, so, and the savings card, coupon card.
If they went straight to a pharmacy, that pharmacy ain't gonna get it until they get the prior auth.
We have one program that we work with where, they have that copay card, it's public, right, so it's out there. But the patients don't get any savings because the pharmacies don't know about it or aren't privy to it because they just don't know about it. So we have 91% of people enrolling into the copay card have the patient savings. Where versus they go to the pharmacy, they may not even get that med, it's just not affordable for them.
It's interesting and more like this and hearing from Alberto. This is almost what insurance plans are asking PBMs to do, where they're asking PBMs to say, hey, we've got this drug mix. How can we make sure that every patient that has an eligible coupon gets the coupon to pay for part of the drug cost before the insurance kicks in? So I've never seen this specific type of interaction, but it's basically you guys are, if it is chosen to be sent to Aspen by the patient initially and the prescriber, Aspen will shop for whatever discounts there are available, establish those, and then say, where do you want to get your prescription filled? And the patient has to opt in or process the first place. And that could be, your store, down the road where Dr. Newsom is working, and you're going to get does she get a phone call or a fax or email? How does she know she's getting the transfer?
The patient, so we communicate in front as soon as we get the prescription, saying that we have your prescription, we're working on it. Then also along the ways, there's also various communication, even with the prior authorization, we'll let the patient know where it's at. And then when we're ready and we got it covered, we'll also, even before that, before we send it to any pharmacy, we'll communicate with the patient, and we know we're going to be sending this to this pharmacy. And expect a call from them usually, and it's happening. So there's
the question is, how do you then get that prescription to the dispensing pharmacy?
Oh, so we do pharmacist transfer. We have 25 pharmacists staff.
So you said in pharmacy, when I reviewed the application, if I remember correctly, it said contracted pharmacies. Do you contract with pharmacies, or were you sending it to the pharmacies?
We can send it to any pharmacy. What we call in-network pharmacies are contracted with us where we could, we have BAs just to, there's certain things that, you know, they aid us with certain things. So there's basically, needs by dates, I guess you could say. So we tell you the patient needs it by this date, you're held to that protocol, and we expect you to get the prescription to that date. So they have KPIs that they have to hold to us in order to get the prescriptions to the patient.
So do you require, this pharmacy over here to contract with you?
No.
And is there any difference in the service that you provide to a contractor versus a non-contractor?
No, it's a service. So, yeah, if it's a local independent pharmacy, we're probably, you know, we provide the copay card, if there's a copay card, we just do a regular. Yes.
So how does that conversation with the patient go? Because I could see how it'd be a lot easier if y'all say, well, this Walgreens and this Mark's both do it in your area. And that's kind of scary to the patient. Or do you literally say, where would you like this to go?
Yes,
Do you go to any pharmacy you want?
Yes, our call script fits through our patient portal. The patient hits the pharmacy. They have the option to go pharmacy if they want. If it's through the phone, that's our call script does say, you can send it to one of our in-network pharmacies, or we can send it to one of your choices, your local pharmacy.
Is there any incentive or disincentive one way or the other?
No.
What's the benefit or what's the distinction between a contract and non-contract or in-network, not network pharmacy?
So there is no, well, usually a lot of our contract pharmacies are specialty pharmacies. Like I said, that, you know, we'll meet our KPIs with manufacturers' KPIs, you know, how we get this prescription in a timely manner to the physician. The difference is we know when they ship, because they'll tell us when it was filled, when it was shipped, so we have that available data also to provide to the patient. Versus the local pharmacies, we do follow-up calls to make sure the patient takes up the medication. So that's the difference. It's a little bit more manual when we do it to the local pharmacy, just to find out that information.
There's no financial incentive.
Okay. Yeah, I would think the script would be really important, or you kind of might be leading somebody. I mean, I think if you said we can send it to our contracted pharmacy, or you can pick a pharmacy, I can see how people think, oh, they want it to go to their pharmacy. I don't know. I just think the wording is important, especially in Arkansas.
Well, it'd be interesting because if it's a contracted pharmacy that's not local, they're gonna fall under the prescription delivery standards for us anymore. So that pharmacy is still going to have to line up with the patient. It could be a secondary, it would be asking to be whoever the pharmacy is, would have to make contact with the patient, get approval before they process or fill their prescription and set up the schedule for mailing. So if they pick local, you know, Aspen may not have the full information of exactly when the patient's going to pick it up. But if it's not local, then there's this whole other section of Rule 7 that kicks in on as well.
Okay, what is with the reverse? I practice retail pharmacy. Someone comes in, their drug is not covered. Is there any kind of way that I can get in touch with you to see if you have,
Yeah, we're, you know, definitely, and we do have some programs where manufacturer, sales reps goes out to the pharmacy and says, if you can't get the coverage for the medication, you know, contact Aspen pharmacies, and they have savings programs where they can do the prioritization, do all that for you too, and also provide you with a copay card.
okay, well, how are you gonna get this information out to the pharmacists?
So usually it's sales reps are the manufacturers. So.
Okay.
We leave, there's leave behinds for physicians and prescribers. That spell out processes for patients, where to go. Cool thing right now is a lot of texting going on where patient gets that text when they're in the still in the prescriber's office. And they're like, oh, I already got the text out. So there's a lot of communication there. So it's actually been very successful for us.
How many states have approved your program?
Right now, we're licensed in New Jersey, Arizona, South Carolina, South. There's 5, 6 states that we're licensed in right now. New Jersey.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Where's your most? Is that outside Philly or Pittsburgh?
Bucks County, so right now it's Philly.
North.
Going, yeah.
I think you were going to say if you did approve it, it'd be the kind of thing to have a booth at pharmacy meetings. We had our state association meeting just last week before, and see stuff like this that's different. I mean, it's the drug manufacturers that are helping fund you for people to find the programs to make their name brand drugs affordable. That's generally how it works. So we've seen a lot of programs where manufacturers will fund a specific pharmacy for a patient assistance program or something else. This is just a little different of, I guess, leading the patient to the discounts available for drugs.
Also, we work with all the pharmacies that we send the prescriptions to, that dispense to patients are from those states and are allowed to dispense to those states.
Well, I mean, in one way, patients, I come to the pharmacy, get the pharmacy to figure out where the best discount is. And pharmacies really don't have that luxury of time. Right.
I'll speak from an operator standpoint. When I was presented with the applicant, this goes back to their pre-assembly and Aspen. When it was Armada, we were really looking for access to those specialty medications. And I think we service patients, and this was the avenue that certainly, when we were seeing consortium regional chains, we engaged them to help our regional chains get access to medications that we developed for so at least we gave our patients a pathway that they were prescribed something, and it was especially medication, and we would have the ability to fill it and not have to send it to a specialty.
Any other discussions?
Yeah, it was different enough that we knew y'all were going to have a little bit.
And you two don't have any issues with?
You're not hearing the way that, I mean, if the patient doesn't approve it, it doesn't move. And that's the biggest concern we have. And if, once they kick it to the patient's pharmacy of choice, that pharmacy may or may not have other, rules that they have to follow for us, either for drug delivery standards or anything else. So it would be another licensed pharmacy for
Motion.
Is this something we need to approve, or is this just education?
It's an application that we brought it to you guys to see if you would approve the application, because it's a different business model than we've ever approved.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
Thank you. Yeah, now that we've got permission to operate, they've got permission to operate. Just one clarification, John. You said that the final pharmacy may have to follow certain rules. Can you give us a little bit of structure, background on what we might, what they may also need to be doing?
So we have a new rule at the end of Rule 7 that is prescription delivery standards. And I'd be happy to email you a copy of this as well so you see it. But there are some things pharmacies providing home delivery services in Arkansas shall contact the patient or caregiver for approval prior to any billing or delivery of the medications. Notify the patient of the delivery plan unexpected arrival, ensure the medication be maintained. I mean, this is verbatim in control, but it's, if you go to Rule 7, it's 25 pages. It's the end of 24 and the only part of 25. And there's another Arkansas Act that, once again, I'll be happy to send it to you. Act 1053, as I recall, of 2021, which deals with data sharing. So that, you know, corporation aid, like, for instance, it's illegal for a PBM to just hand the patient's prescription information over to their pharmacy. It's same thing for a clinic to do. It's, I mean, it has various stipulations, things like that, and FQHCs are named in it. Hospitals. I mean, it's a fascinating read of gun things.
Very good. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for getting us done.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Now I can get stuff.
Hope you enjoyed this.
I'm here until tomorrow, so I'm more.
So
Safe travels.
I'll take this up front for y'all.
Oh. Yes, I like that. So, great service. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
I'm ready to kick off.
How are you all today?
I'm ready. Full disclosure, for you, I go back a long way. Okay, before this forms. Dr. Barris and Citorius are all here today with you a prescription error. And it's kind of it seems like the theme of the day, but this is an error where the patient didn't pick up medications, the date of birth was not asked for, the patient medication was picked up, the initials on the patient were JH, the patient medication that should have been picked up for JH, there was a misunderstanding of the name, the wrong medication was given to the patient. The patient did not ingest the medication. And with that, I'll basically just turn it over to Laura and let you talk.
You're saying one patient because of the other patient.
And the reason we brought the technician in today is because it was an error that occurred at. Okay.
Hi, you want to tell us about what happened here?
And be sure to speak up because if you're, that's the only recorder by the way.
Okay.
Just, because I don't want to be spoiled or anything, you said the medication was not taken?
What about it? It was taken.
Yeah, one dose was taken.
One else was taken, one was taken.
Who wants to start?
Okay, so.
It's okay.
I came into work, I was supposed to come to the front for this myself. And so I get there, and he was the first person I picked out. He came up there and he just instantly told me his name. And so it sounded like, you know, he told me, so I typed in like the first two and the first two, the first and last name. And so, like the first and the first name, that's the last name. So I wrote his prescription and I put it on the table and asked him, and I was like, told him it was like a blood pressure medicine. And so he was looking at me, and I kind of like a something on his face. So I was like, is your name so? And he said, what? Can I say anything?
Let's use his name.
Okay.
Yeah, don't say that.
Okay, I said, are you JH? And he said, yes, that's me. And so I thought it was fine, which is my fault. I should have asked for the birthday to you. I was just really rushing. I don't know why. But yeah, so I asked him his name. And so he's like, yeah, that's me. So it popped up on the screen. It said consult. And so when that happens, like the pharmacist has to come up there and she has to sign off on it when we consult and things about the medication. So I called Maria, because she's the only pharmacist. She came to her friend and she talked to him about the medication. And he was, yeah, look at what he was good to. She gave her a consult about this.
I'll take over from here.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just brought a visual just to see, but whenever, so I did also know the patient seemed confused. As soon as I started to mention the medications in question, he questioned it and he said, I don't take that. So immediately I looked down at the paper and I too, are you Mr. J blank blank? And he said, yes. And I did not say, what is your date of birth? Nor did I ask my technician, did you verify that? You know, I never asked. So I did not do that. However, I did note at our releasing patient is where the point of sale occurs at our pharmacy. It's highlighted in red if it's new therapy. And so when I glanced at the patient's prescription, I did see new therapy. And then I thought, well, okay, that's probably why he's unfamiliar because he's never had these medications before. Proceeded to counsel the patient, they were blood pressure medications. So I asked the patient, I saw it was new therapy, and I said, did you have a doctor's appointment? And he said, yes. And I said, was your blood pressure running high? And he said, yes. And then I just went down that rabbit hole. And unfortunately, the subsequent questions that I asked just seemed to corroborate with my thought process that this was the medication. He was picking up new prescriptions apparently that were supposed to be renewals of his medications. But he didn't mention that. He didn't say, I'm here to pick up my blank blank. Or I didn't hear. We both had masks at the time. I think that's what also hindered communication, to just be honest. And so he took the medication, he left. About 30 minutes, I would say, and Tori had left for the day. About 30, 40 minutes later, his wife called. And she said, you gave him the wrong medication. And she gave me the name of who did get the medication. And I said on the phone, I said, well, I asked if his name was so-and-so. And she said, well, I said, please come right back to the pharmacy, please. And I said, I'll get everything together. And then I saw that everything he was picking up was a renewal of his medications. So I gathered them all together. We came up, we went through everything. She was very, very upset, rightfully so. He was also with her, and she said, why did you ask him his name? I said, I did. I said, I did. I said, I did not confirm the date of birth, though. I did admit to that. And she said, no, you didn't. And I said, no, I did. I said, maybe he just got confused with the mask. And then I think I read with the patient because she said, don't word it like that he got confused. And I wasn't trying to imply a cognitive impairment. I was just trying to say miscommunication. So she said she was they were on their way, that she said at the time when she called me, she did not know that he had taken a dose. But afterwards, she did tell me that he took a dose of medication. And she returned the bottles, and she made very sure. I took pictures of these, and I said, okay. I said, absolutely. She said, we're on our way to the emergency. And then I just kind of went through what our protocol is. I said, I do have to report this as an incident. I will notify your doctor of the incident. And she left, and they proceeded to the emergency. I think she did take his blood pressure while they were there. We have a Hickey station, where they went and sat together. And then she left, and then the following day I was off work. I know I wasn't scheduled there, but the following day I did call the patient's primary care physician. And I did, report the error. And then I also had to call the patient whose medication he gave, because that was it. Breach. And then it just proceeded from there. And I got the statement. The patient still comes to our pharmacy. They still do business with us. They're very nice customers. I don't want to make them look or appear in any way. She was very upset. I think my initial statement to the board, I kind of said she's a little bit combative. I didn't mean to word it like that. I mean, she was upset, rightfully so. They came to get their medicine, not to end up in the ER. Looking back, trying to figure out, obviously we failed. First and foremost, we have at each workflow practice, our best practices. And one of the main things that we do have is what we call, according to our company policy, is the final pool. Open-ended questions, but just simply the solution. It's just like counseling 101. What is your name? What is your date of birth? How many prescriptions are you picking up? And do you have any questions for the pharmacist?
And, sometimes we get into that routine and we just bypass the symptom. And then another thing on my part, because I've been agonizing over this for some time, because I genuinely care for my patients. I would never want to be dismissive or feel like I was negligent in understanding. And I have to admit the patient was confused, and I really thought I was getting to the bottom of the situation with my counseling. And so through this, reading articles on pharmacy mistakes that are made, in pharmacy, other than just the routine. There's something interesting that I came across called confirmation bias. And I kind of feel like that's what happened. In my head, I just, it's not an uncommon phenomenon. People come in, you counsel them on medicine, you'll say, this is your metformin, it's for diabetes, and they'll just look at you, I don't have diabetes. And then you have to further and say, okay, let's backtrack. What did you go to the doctor for? Then they'll say, well, I took my blood work, my A1C was high. You'll say, okay, and then you go back, and I just really in my mind just thought this was one of those typical scenarios. And I think that I based the counseling around that, something that I had formulated in my head, instead of just really genuinely listening to the customer and just saying, oh, something's not, correct. And that's, since then, that's what we try to do. Like I said, I have the best practices posted. The minute someone looks dazed or confused on anything, I stop. What is your date of birth? It's like ingrained in me now. And that's what, and after the patient left, when I called Tori, we talked about it. And Tori wants to go on to pharmacy school. So I told her, I said, this is just something we have to take as a learning experience. And it's not when it happens or if it happens, it's when it happens. And you just have to really try to get to the bottom of it and as experienced as I am, 28 years as a pharmacist retail, it just brought me to my feet to be like, whoa. You gotta slow down. Not slow down in the sense I wasn't stressed at the time. Like I said, it was that thought process that was just in my head. And I really thought I was just going down the right route with that. And being on the flip side of that, my mother recently was in rehab, and we got a call. This was maybe a week, not to digress, but it was just relative to the situation, and that we get a phone call, and my sister's like, Mom's blood work came in, it's really bad. She's on her way to the ER, and it doesn't look good. So we just talked a couple days ago. And here what occurred, so they sent her to the ER to do a battery of tests because her blood work was off. And they're texting me back, no, everything's fine, her blood work's fine. Well, the wrong patient's blood work was put in her file. And they thought she was hemorrhaging. And so they took her from this rehab center, transferred her, put her to a battery of tests that wasn't necessary. And in that minute, I just thought, I'm on the other end of that. Where it was just it was a miscommunication, it was a mistake. And the grace of God, she was okay. I'm not sure about the other poor patient that they missed and left there, but it made me really kind of empathize even more so with the patient and what we did with the patient. It really did. And moving forward, we just have to learn from our mistakes and just try to do better.
I think it's safe to say, what's your name, what's your date of birth? Those are the standard of the very first two questions you ever ask. Even my experience with Kroger, not here, but in other states. Confirmation bias. I have seen many different versions of this exact same issue in legal cases that I've been consulted on. I think around here, John Smith might be a common John Doe name that we refer to. Javier Rodriguez in Miami, who was 5 years old, was expecting an antibiotic. And when they simply asked for medication for Javier Rodriguez, throw in the compounding factor of this was a Spanish-speaking patient in a non-bilingual pharmacy. He got Javier Rodriguez medication, but it was a 33-year-old's concentrated history. So he ended up with some very severe behavioral problems. John Smith, literally, John Smith in Louisville, Kentucky, got another John Smith's medication. His blood pressure bottomed out. So, you know, the reason that you ask the name and date of birth is that by the time that you get both of those to match up exactly, it's got to be a fraction of a percent. The probability that that would occur comes about. So, date of birth should be the second question you ask, not the first.
So is that not part of y'all's policy? I know you know it's best practice, but is that not part of the policy?
No, it is.
Ask for the birth?
It is, yeah, that's what I addressed as the final.
So the name, address, how many prescriptions you picking up? And
What is
any
your name?
questions for the pharmacist?
Not address, what is your name? What is the patient's name? What is the patient's date of birth? How many prescriptions are you picking up? What questions do you have for the pharmacist? Yeah, that is in this.
And that's about the
Standard.
technician?
I'm sorry,
All that is asked about the technician?
that's what's recommended, that's posted on our workplace stations. Yeah.
But they can go forward without doing any or all of that.
Well, there's multiple ways you can bring up a patient's name. If you have to confirm it at that point, you know, when you bring it up and the patient presents themselves to the pharmacy, I think what happened was the similarity of the name, the first three letters of the name, the first initial of the first name was the same. And then again, that's how it was pulled up. And then confirming it by just saying, or saying the patient's name, sometimes people just say yes, and that's not right. Yeah.
So the date of birth would fix that.
Absolutely.
But then there are cases where it's JH, and they have the same date of birth. So I mean, you do have to approach a little deeper, but I don't think in Arkansas, you can just say you have questions for the pharmacist, can you?
Well, you shall counsel on new prescriptions.
Right, and I was pulled up to counsel. It does a hard stop ever.
Yeah.
But
And I think it was said that there was counseling, but I think later they thought, well, that wasn't the right counseling for me. Is the way that I read the complaint. I think it's the right one. It was like, all that counseling wrong is, but I mean, you know, I think all of us in practice have had somebody that, you know, I'm counseling you on what I think this medication is for, and maybe some off-label use. And we've seen instances with that with several medications all the time. And some people, you know, I try to use lay term to say it's a fluid pill, and they're like, what's wrong with fluid? And it's like, well, it's for blood pressure. Oh, okay. But I try to explain fluid pills. A lot of people are going to say, oh, well, that makes sense to me, and that's going to help with pressure. And with pressure, you get into blood pressure versus ocular pressure. And I mean, it's all these weird little spider webs.
Well, I think you said program had policy in place. I don't know that I would say that she just didn't follow, not willfully, but you didn't ask those questions. I mean, our tolerance for errors is 0, but everybody involved is human. So I don't see any willful neglect or anything like that. Still an error. So, this is not how they're good.
This is not.
But it is one of those repeating type errors where you get one of the 5 rights, the right drug to the right patient. It's one of those. Doesn't matter how sophisticated the drug therapy is, it doesn't work to give it to the wrong person. So
it sounds like right drug, right counseling, wrong patient.
So, yeah, I mean, she did not counsel.
No, I mean,
In fact, she had a conversation, it just they weren't communicating.
Yeah.
So it's not that she didn't do counseling, she thought she was. So yeah, I see one error. The mechanism there is leading to their patient. I would see I think continuing education needs to be meaningful. 5 hours of medication errors.
I think on both, because I really feel like the technicians did not follow the policy, which their system lets them, but
Yes.
I think to help her understand all of this, especially if you're gonna go to pharmacy school, you need to know it ahead of time. It's not, this is not punitive, this is trying to help.
$5 committee or proceeding for each. Anything else?
To investigate a conflict, call it a non-disciplinary.
So, you know,
Yeah,
how much time do you spend on this one? 30 minutes. And,
This is pretty,
yeah, I mean, this week, we got a thorough response immediately. We didn't have to go through a whole bunch of paperwork on this one, or, you know, the one you've seen earlier today, dealt with a whole lot of time trying to figure out exactly what happened, when it happened, what was and wasn't there. This one's pretty straightforward. Wrong patient got the med. They're not arguing about it. We're not arguing about it. It's,
So I think 250 might be our lowest we've done. I mean,
you've done it without it, but generally if you do one, 250 is the base. But you have had a pretty good without one.
but nonetheless, the person got it, they took it.
Right.
So I don't think we could just do that. Just not.
But the patient is doing fine now, and they're still using.
Yeah.
That's good news.
What we're talking about is investigative cause. It's just kind of to help the parties understand it is a serious, which we know you do. It is non-disciplinary, therefore it doesn't go on any kind of record. It's just kind of the base of what we've done.
Yeah, I take investigative costs as basically paying for the staff or the time to deal with it. It's, you know, I'd be cautious saying it's to send a message, because if it's send a message, it should be disciplinary. It's just covering costs of time.
Let's say, if you said 250 or 0, they could be anything in between, right?
It could, yeah.
But here's my thing. The technician is under the pharmacist supervision. I really think the fine belongs on the pharmacist. But I don't think half hour of the time is worth $200. I mean, I would be okay with $100 fine, but the pharmacist pay.
I would agree with that. The reason I'm saying about the technician piece is ATEC is under the pharmacist supervision. I totally believe the final error happens because of the pharmacist, because it's really their responsibility. But not that there's no way for that pharmacist to know that the tech didn't do the policy of ask the birthday. So somehow the tech, not just you, but ATEC kind of set the pharmacist up.
So we're dealing with this specific
Right.
incident, and we know that the pharmacist had significant compensation.
Right.
So it goes beyond just asking.
But I think that's why her brain went there. She believed her tech had done everything that they had to, and she was dealing with the right patient. Doesn't make it that it's right that it happened that way, but
I think Dr. Richmond wanted to see both.
See
Both are voluntary, family, just the pharmacy.
See for both of the $100 fine.
I would agree with that. I don't think it takes time. I think it's just important for clarification. Everybody working at the pharmacy needs to follow all the policies. You follow all the policies and things generally done that. So, but that's easy to say and not easy to do. And sometimes, things kind of slip through the cracks. I mean, this is. So, is that, the motion?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays?
So we will reduce this to writing and send both of you guys in a letter, basically what we would expect to see back for the hours of CE and then a date for the monetary penalty. If you agree to that, if you do not want to agree to that, then we would schedule a hearing for the full board to look at that. So where are you in progress on trying to go to pharmacy school?
Well, I just applied to the art, because I was in Arkansas State,
Yeah.
but I'm just transitioning, you know, I just had a baby, my son.
Well, one of our inspectors, he did his undergrad at Arkansas Tech, so he's not here today, but
And she's also working, she still works for Grover part-time, but she's at St. Vincent's.
I mean, that's what you're gonna be doing. You're gonna be a pharmacist, I mean, you see, you work all the time. So you, so it sounds like you're already doing it. You've been in that role.
She's excellent. She is excellent technician.
thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do I have anything or do I wait till you right?
Wait till you get it, yeah.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
So I don't believe our 3 o'clock is here yet. I know we've got a couple, we did have one no-show this morning. We're going to back up to Strada. And no,
We have to do the deal.
yeah, they did not come. But if I pull the right file, it will help. This is one that had a staff denial. You'll see on page 1, the different charges for that. Since it involved things that we disqualifying, the staff had said disqualified. My understanding is we had heard that the person wanted to appeal, but then would not verify date or whatever. So since they're not here, we just asked the board committee go ahead and deny that application.
I'll make that.
Second.
Motion for the second on the floor. Any questions? If not, all in favor of the motion, second time I'll say aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Brass knuckles on the back,
All kinds of fun.
switchblade.
Whole bag of tricks.
Oh, yeah.
So I have not heard, so we've got time for a break. If you want to take a break, we're trying to figure out if we need to do anything with our protocols, because if so, we would try to get at least a couple more board meetings tomorrow to have full board and call us a meeting in case we need any changes.
Do we have any decision points? We can do it after this.
That, but I don't know.
Right. We don't
I
have
cut
to
off
talk
before the end
about
of it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
So we will come back at 3 o'clock. If they can hear a few minutes early, we can hear. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to be in front of a computer, that way everybody can see your face.
Okay.
So Dean, if you want to tell us who all you have with us this morning, everybody can introduce themselves, and I'm going to talk about the process.
Sorry.
Don't unmute your computer.
Okay, so sorry.
So we only have one microphone, it's in this camera over here.
Okay.
So because we have to record and we're actually live streaming our meetings as part of the public access to our meetings, just be sure you speak up loud and it'll pick it up there. And I also joke that some of us might be hard of hearing anyway, so it also is helpful there.
Okay. So I have my dad with me, his name is David Massey, and my boss, Aubrey Martin, at Cornerstone on Chanel.
So I'm John Kirkley, I'm the director of the board. With me on this side of the table, I have our assistant director, Dr. Brenda McCready, and I have our legal counsel, Mr. Joe West, from the Attorney General's office. On the other side are three board members who I generally say are decision makers in decisions before the board and the informal committee. Dr. Lenore Newsom, who is the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Rodney Richard. So in this process, I'm going to give a quick overview of kind of why we're here today, and I know the board members are going to have some questions back and forth about this for you. And at the end, generally they come up with some decision, and their decisions, and I won't say this to scare you, but their decisions are anything from thank you, we're going to take this for information, go forth, and we don't plan to hear from you anymore on this, to well, we would suggest a revocation of license, and that's the big extreme. This is an interesting situation because this has all just happened as of about the last few days. I don't have courthouse period or anything else I'll describe. But whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever they have suggested. If you disagree with it, it would be a chance to say, well, I would rather actually have a full hearing before the board at some later date. I don't think that's where we're going today, but at the same time, consider. In a brief nutshell, last week I had received a message and had a verbal conversation with the dean at UMS College of Pharmacy of how we handle a positive THC drug screen. And so I went through kind of how we do that. Well, what if it's from CBD? And I spent some time, discussing with the dean that, the problem with CBD is that many of those products are unregulated products. And I even sent, and I actually shared with Deanna as well, this is one of my frustrations with this being sold in pharmacies, that when FDA was testing and publishing their testing in 2015, 2016, more than half the products they tested that said they were CBD had no detectable CBD in them. And many of the products actually had high levels, or more than detectable, but levels of Delta 9 THC. I'm hearing more and more that there's also Delta 8 THC, which is also legal in Arkansas. I know Dr. McCready saw actually someone advertising Delta 8. And many of these CBD products that are held out as being safe, even though they're not FDA monitored or approved or anything else, many of them will even say things like broad spectrum. And I would tell you that from my education with these, broad spectrum is basically another way of saying it's got all the cannabinoids in it that would be in plant. So this specific situation, and Deanna can tell you about her specifics, but it was a pre-rotation drug screen. I mean, it wasn't a 4 calls. It's something that everybody knows is going to happen. And in this instance, caught that. I discussed with Dean, we were really waiting to get some quantification and everything of what was in it. Maybe we could test the product. And my point was, you can test the product, but the product can say this on the label, but no one has actually tested that beforehand before it's purchased at point of sale. There's no confidence in these products that they only have CBD in them or that they do not have THC in them, but they're never going to say that on the label because they know at that point, if they say THC, they get in trouble. Does that make any sense at all? So with that, I thought instead of asking for emergency surrender or anything else after being able to help validate kind of this story and what happened, it's appears to be unintentional. I invited Deanna to come visit with you guys since we're going to be together this week, rather than having some sort of adverse action on her license. It'll be a checkbox for the rest of the time.
So she used a CBD product.
Yes, sir. So, the product that I was on, I actually started in 2020 after a discussion I had with my therapist, Mr. Holland. Originally was from a store that anyone above the age of 18 or 18 or older can enter and purchase anything. I bought it, thinking that it was a CBD product. I saw that it was CBD, THC, and they were informing me that it wasn't enough to be detected on a urine sample if you were to get drug tested. So within the last few months, earlier this year, that store that I was once getting from closed down, and there's a store down the street from University called Abbey Road that they had the same product, was what they told me. And I've been on since then. I had been on since then. When I got the email saying that I needed to do the drug test for my rotation, still in my mind, didn't think it was a problem because I thought this product was nothing that would put me in any harm or risk of failing the drug test. It did, obviously, that's why we're here. So went and spoke with my therapist again online, had him write me a letter that we had this discussion that, you know, he recommended, he's on the CBD supplement himself. He has colleagues that have been on CBD, THC, different things like that. When I looked at the bottle that I purchased from the Abbey Road store that was different from what I was previously on, we realized that it did not say CBD at all. Had no idea and no intention on, you know, using anything that would have appeared on the drug test. So that's kind of where I'm at.
So you used the CBD product that you thought was CBD.
Mm-hmm. They're gummies.
Okay. The urine, the drug screen, was it in fact just a screen? In other words, was there a confirmation test associated with it?
I don't know that. I think it was just a screen.
So I guess I'll explain the way that I saw it, which is I've had drug screens before. This is way different than anything I experienced. When I went there and did it, they actually performed a rapid test in front of me, and it showed just a slight faint line of THC. And he asked me, you know, would it be a problem? He never asked me if any, you know, usually they'll actually provide a medication list or anything like that. I was never asked to provide that, but I let him know what I had been taking and that it might have been a possibility. He said that they would send it to the lab in order to detect if it had more than 15 nanograms. In my head, I'm thinking, of course not. You know, this is something I can get over the counter. It's not going to be that big of an issue. But we can have later. That's when they informed me and my preceptor that it still was deemed as positive.
So it sounds like they did a screen and then they did a confirmation test.
Mm-hmm.
You understand the difference?
Yeah, so, well, I understood the difference with the rapid test. Of course, they couldn't actually test with that the dipsticks. They couldn't tell.
So it was a colorimetric test?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They couldn't tell the actual amount of THC within the urine, so they had to send it to the lab for further testing.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because if, it sounds like they did both.
Mm-hmm.
If they do just a screen, that is not definitive results.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a potential for false positives.
Right.
Ibuprofen can cause a false positive for THC. So you do a screen test, if it, for any drug, you do a screening test and it suggests whether or not there's the probability of that drug. Usually there are 7 classes, PCP, amphetamines, benzos, opiates, marijuana, and there's a couple more.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the standard ones that they will screen for.
Right.
That's why it's called a screen. So they're screening to see is there likely. But then if they get a positive, they're going to use it for legal purposes. You're required to then have a confirmation test. The confirmation test then is done by using typically a tandem of gas chromatography, mass spectroscopy, or liquid chromatography. And it definitively then tells you qualitatively what the drug specifically is, down to the ion, and it tells you quantitatively how much. And of course, it has to exceed the cutoff value before they can report it as positive. So it sounds like what you're saying is they took it all the way to the confirmation test and that in fact THC was there.
Right.
And how does the law read regarding, let's just assume hypothetically that it was purely CBD. And let's say that that's what she tested positive for.
Well, they would generally not even test for CBD.
CBD at its purest form sometimes has THC.
Okay, but does the law say marijuana? That's what I'm getting.
Okay,
Does the law say marijuana or does it say THC or CBD or what does it say?
It speaks to cannabinoids. And there was a clause put in the law that products that are otherwise, other than Schedule 6, scheduled by DEA, so epidiolex, for instance, with CBD, that those specific products would follow the scheduling of that. Arkansas is weird anyway because THC was put in 6 instead of being in 1.
Well, but that's it only if you have medical marijuana.
No. If even criminal possession of marijuana in Arkansas for decades has been a Schedule 6, which is also odd because all my non-controlled substances in my inventory were deemed Schedule 6 in my computer system years ago. I mean, when Aubrey and I worked together, it was, lisinopril was Schedule 6. And then you learn marijuana is a Schedule 6 in school, and that was the weirdest thing we heard.
Here's what I'm trying to get at. If John Smith, public member of citizen of Arkansas, not a pharmacist, not a pharmacy student, were to, I'm not going to say this.
Well, I think I know where you're going. I'm trying to pull up the controlled substances list to see if I can find cannabidiol on it. So I think it's under all cannabinoids. But you've got things like a great deal of this confusion, and I put some of this in a PowerPoint I did a couple years ago, is that the Farm Bill federally allowed CBD, but it allowed it as like an industrial chemical. But it wasn't supposed to be put in food products. And now that it has an accepted and approved FDA drug, it's not supposed to be in food, but no one is enforcing it. I mean, we have an ice cream shop near here that has CBD infused ice cream, and they're serving it up to kids after school. We have all kinds of gummies and supplements and, balms that people rub on and everything else. So because the Farm Bill made it legal as a chemical, as long as it had less than like 0.1% THC, it's very difficult to test down to or to isolate CBD down to. Even the drug makers of legitimate products will tell you. They know that it's unregulated, so people, there are friends of ours in drug enforcement circles that think because there is so little oversight or regulation of it, that neither products are probably purposefully mislabeled, because if they give you a good buzz because they've got Delta 8, Delta 9 in it, it's going to sell better, and they just put CBD on the label and everybody thinks CBD is legal because of Farm Bill. And part of my thing is, I'd love to see all colleges of pharmacy, not just ours, but actually do some education on the misnomer of safe CBD, because unregulated products are not generally safe in the first place.
Does the college say you're not allowed to use CBD?
I have no idea.
I'm not, we didn't have to do a drug test or anything like that as far as entering into the College of Pharmacy. I have not gone through the actual guidelines and, what is allowed of and what is not. But I've not heard anyone say that CBD or anything like that was something that we weren't allowed to do.
So if somebody, let's assume that somebody does not have a medical marijuana card in Arkansas, would they be deemed to have been in possession of a controlled substance, whether CBD or not?
So looking at most current list I have for the state's controlled substance, Schedule 6, it's got 2 asterisks beside it, I don't figure out what that is. But in addition to these substances, Schedule 6 by Director of Home Health, the material compound mixture whether produced directly or indirectly from a substance of vegetable origin or independently by means of chemical synthesis or by combination of extraction and chemical synthesis, that contains any quantity of the following substances, or containing either salts, isomers, and salts of isomers. That's catch-all. When the existence of the salts, isomers is possible within the specific chemical designations included in Schedule 6. It lists them. Marijuana is number one. Number two, tetrahydrocannabinols, unless the tetrahydrocannabinol is A, containing hemp-derived cannabidiol, and then it goes in not more than 0.3% of 1%, 0.3% of the hemp-derived cannabidiol on a dry weight basis as verified by nationally accredited laboratory quality, purity, and accuracy standards. So it is.
THC, 0.3 THC.
Yeah. So it's tetrahydrocannabinols unless it is cannabidiol with less than 0.3% THC.
And can I just add that when I looked over the bottle with my therapist that day, it did say that it contained no more than that 0.3. That number I do remember seeing.
Because that's what's legally allowed.
And that's the way they advertise it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say less than 0.1 or less than 0.3, depending on what they're trying to do.
Right.
But it's, I don't know which saying I can say, because anything I say about that is going to be snarky, other than it's a label that has minimal validation at best.
Well, on one hand, let the buyer beware when you're using any CBD product, because you don't know whether it is in excess or less than that standard. You don't have any enforcement federally, at least federally, as far as marijuana goes. It's obviously a moving target as to what's legal and what isn't legal. The fact that CBD products that are supposedly hemp derived, yet they're in everything. I mean, I think we're answering our question here as we talk this out, and that is it moving parts?
Well, it's the bottle is labeled to be an exception to the law of being a controlled substance. Yet, even though it says it has to be derived or pointers of the hemp derived cannabinoid on a dry weight basis as verified by an actually accredited laboratory quality, purity, and accuracy standards. You know, dry weight basis, there you go into other rabbit holes about dry weight basis, because the gummy is not going to be a dry weight basis, and the oils are not going to be a dry weight basis, and candy is not going to be a dry weight basis. The other thing is there's no dosing standardization. So dry weight basis converted into something else, well, it doesn't say per how much cannabinol. It's just on the dry weight total. Well, it could have the same amount of cannabinol as it does THC on a dry weight basis. So without specific dosing or specific concentrations that are regulated, like we would have with prescription drugs, you know, who knows how much is in one gummy or one candy bar versus the next. And you're talking about a chemical that if you use it long term, your body is going to absorb that into your fat adipose tissue and make it look like you have been a continual or habitual user of something, even with microscopic dosing.
I'm reminded of a slide presentation you put together about 3 or 4 years ago, where you specifically talking about whether cannabinol was legal to sell in pharmacies. You're taking the risk of it exceeding that 0.3%. What happens? You sell a product that somebody else uses that then drug tests and causes them to have a legal situation, which is what we have here. So,
and I've heard this on ACP board where it's hit college here, college there, college over here. It's continued to hit colleges of pharmacy because of students going on rotations. I mean, this is a pre-rotation issue that, you know, hadn't been an issue with school because they're not doing random drug screening, but one day you get a random drug screen and, you know, it puts an entire pickup on your licensure for life. could.
So what exactly are we being asked to decide here today?
You're being asked to talk to her and see if you want us to do anything else besides accept the story and tell her don't mess up. Are you wanting us to punish her, take this for education? I mean, her employer's here, I think, to vouch on her behalf. You know, and in full, full disclosure, I did not know who the student was and made the decision of here's how we will handle it. And then I get home and my wife says, okay, one of my students is gonna come talk to you. And I was like, for what? Like, I had no clue. And I just start laughing. I'm like, well, okay. At least I know she has people who will vouch for her at this point. But we'd already made the decision on what we were going to do before I knew who the injury was.
And I'll just add that this is the biggest lesson that I've ever learned in my life. I will not touch anything that has not been FDA approved. I agree that I wish it was talked about more in class. We discussed CBD, THC probably with all in a matter of 15 minutes in one of our classes. And I couldn't even tell you which class it was so brief. So I would say, I don't know what else I can do to assure you that this is a lesson learned. I didn't even mention the reason why I was on it with my diagnosis of generalized anxiety. I've currently just been trying to find different things to use in replacement of that, stop using that wholeheartedly. I've been trying this melatonin with the Vicks brand. This has an extended release and immediate release side. It's been working for me perfectly. I found throughout the years that my anxiety is kind of worsen at night when I'm trying to fall asleep. And so that's been my goal throughout the last couple of years, is just trying to find something that will help me get through the nights. And unfortunately, those two products weren't working. I just hate that it put me in this situation. And
But here's the thing, we're not mad at you about it.
I know.
I'm not sensing anywhere. And there's a bunch of products, we've got people in alcohol and drug recovery and things like hydroxyzine work for a lot of them, Ranelol work for a lot of them. I mean, there's some antidepressants that have some really good anti-anxiety properties.
And I was currently on one, fluoxetine. When I first met with Dr. Kappa, he had put me on it, and that takes about 3 or 4 weeks to work. Once it started working, it was great. When I continued to take it, I just shared this with my dad. It made me feel the opposite of my anxiety. I just felt like I didn't care about anything. I didn't care about school. It just put me in a place that I really just didn't like.
Took you too flat.
Yes, and not suicidal or anything like that. It was just more of like, if something bad was happening to me, I honestly did not care. Did not care the state or the manner of which I was in. So I stopped that immediately when those thoughts started coming. I spoke with Mr. Holland because I met with Dr. Thappas probably once or twice in order to get that prescription initially. And then they assigned me to a therapist to meet with. Started off 2 times a month. And then as I progressively got better, we just met once a month. And that's when we had the conversation that fluoxetine was not working for me. And I just told him that I heard the different benefits of CBD and possibly the amount of THC that's legally sold. He verbalized to me that he was on a CBD supplement himself, that he had several colleagues that saw many benefits to it for anxiety. He said, unfortunately, in Arkansas, he found that usually the medical marijuana license is not prescribed unless you're experiencing some type of chronic pain or anything like that. And I immediately told him that that wasn't the route that I wanted to go, because while in school, I didn't want that to interfere with anything.
Well, and that doesn't work with security or safety conscious positions, which would include handling prescription drugs or private health information. I mean, like we've got like 8 different things here that would all prevent our staff, but I mean, medical professionals don't really work that way.
So yeah, I definitely didn't want to go down that road. And we just landed on what I've tried and have been trying since that meeting we had.
I just wonder if the college or pharmacy students should have, as part of their rules, no medical marijuana card and no CBD card. Because you don't know what's in the CBD. From what I understand, they all will tell you it's below 3 10s, but when they get tested, some of them.
I tell you, like, I've had friends in law enforcement that there's a line of, like electrolyte drinks that, you know, a lot of health food stores and gyms carry, and a lot of them started putting CBD in them for, you know, relaxation and, you know, recovery after workouts and stuff. And I mean, I've had a couple law enforcement friends that I've seen, I'm like, you don't need to be drinking. Like, why not, man? CBD, nobody cares. I'm like, when you get in something at work and they drug test you, it could look like you've got marijuana in your system. And it's been 2.5 years ago. And I was like, look, I'll send you a whole CE on this. And I made people mad by saying this is unregulated, you can't rely on it. And people wanted to talk about other products. So I'm like, well, maybe there are good products out there. But it's not the same level of confidence I have with FDA approved prescription products, which are also imperfect.
Well, there may be a number of things we can do or should do as a board, if nothing else, to reach out to the schools to just serve as a warning and let their students know. But I think that's what we need to do.
If I could just suggest maybe like a ban list of those actual stores, Abbey Road being one of them. Because if you're just driving.
It's not the store, it's the product. It's
Well,
bigger than the store.
Yeah, I just had no idea. That's what I was mentioning, like just seeing it, driving by or anything like that. If I was another student who didn't know about our situation today, I would have no idea. The only sign they have is 18-year-old and up. And
Well, I don't know that we can ban, but we can certainly educate and say, let the buyer beware.
There could be
You
tons of.
use this, you're gonna run the risk of this problem.
right.
There could be tons of students using CBD because they think it's okay. But
And they could be getting gummy bears 9 times out of 10, and then you get one batch that's got a ton of something it shouldn't have in it.
So you're not using this product anymore?
I stopped using them, probably like the day or two after I left the drug screening place, when they told me that it was a positive result that they had to send it, just because I was unaware of what was going to happen next, and I just didn't want to interfere with anything else.
Okay, well, how long is that? What was your string?
I did that. You mind if I look? I can.
And how are you feeling?
I'll just say this experience has kind of made me.
Oh, yeah.
This might give you anxiety. And then you had to go tell your dad.
Oh, yeah, we're not gonna use. But I'm okay. Like I said, the melatonin product that I've tried is helping. I just wish I would have known more about melatonin before and known that my issue was something that was worse at night. So I would have known, maybe I just need something that will help me sleep. Maybe I should have, researched more options before going into that, just because of word of mouth is what I've heard. Let's see.
Was it last month?
It was this month. It was the 6th of June.
Okay.
It was, I think, I want to say Thursday or Friday, I think, when the confirmation got to the college, and then was immediately, just blind discussions with me over, hey, how do we deal with this situation?
How long have you used the product?
We had our first meeting, I don't remember the exact date, but it was 2020. So the product that
Couple years.
the product that I used before that first store closed down, that was like at least a year and a half, because it was just earlier this year when I started the second one.
I mean, these, you can have those have long half-lives. The longer you use it, the more storage that you have. I would recommend that we have.
Follow-up test.
Yeah, just do some follow-up. One, you quit using it, don't use it again, Lord have mercy.
Yes, sir. You don't have to worry.
I would suggest you have 2 consecutive negative drug screens. And then at that point, it would be done.
Right.
The drug testing would be done, but at least 2 consecutive drug screens to show that 1 is gone and 2, you're not using it again.
Right.
And then at that point,
Just take the information at that point.
you go back to the CE program for your fellow
Say it again.
classmates. Go back and do the CE program for your fellow classmates.
I would be-
Once you get a written, someone up the party will do it there too.
I would be more than happy to do that, seriously.
Would you really?
Yeah, I would,
I don't know
absolutely.
that I want to put that on you, but I'd love to see you do
I
that.
think, I sent her a copy when she reached out to me of my CD, and, you know, she was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea.
No clue, but I'll say that, honestly, I'm not even kidding, I was hoping that you would ask me to, because this situation has just made me very open-minded to what we are just unaware of when it comes to that, seriously,
So
so.
you're on or about to go on 4th year APD?
Third, I'm about to start.
Third year, IPD.
Mhm.
Okay.
I wish it was my fault.
Yeah, this was out. And like I said, the key word is awareness.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people out there probably doing this in the class, not realizing that it could be a problem later on.
Mhm.
And find out now before you get out of school, that go take a job, you just positive, you're out.
Right.
Well, the problem is, it's not only you're out and you're blackballed for that. Yep.
And then you like get stuff in front of this board. But I had studied this a lot, like they were calling like Raven, trying to get the product in, of course, to the pharmacies. And we, when you have a DEA license, you don't want to have that in there, that what if it tests that it's more than 3%. Even if that part was legal, they didn't want any THC in it, and then you couldn't be sure what, but all these products, companies were trying to sell it to you.
Well, I've got pharmacies that have, over the years, they've gotten mad at me when I've said, I'm just telling you professionally, I wouldn't touch that, because you're a DEA registered, state licensed pharmacy, you sell a product, and then someone loses their job because it was an unregulated product that you sold them that cost them their job. I said, it would seem like there'd be some sort of liability for providing a product that was mislabeled. But, you know, I've had friends say, well, if you're not gonna tell us, I was like, I'm not gonna tell you you can't do it. But the problem is, if you are telling people it's going to help them with a medical indication, that's actually against federal law. So it's the weirdest thing we deal with that we know is going to give us bizarre problems. But in this one, it's, you know, we have proof that a therapist, whether they should or not, is a whole different thing. That actually makes me probably most angry. But a therapist telling someone to go use this to help them with an issue. And I'm fairly certain that the therapist probably has no idea how much jeopardy they are putting a person in by doing so.
Or even for themselves, their job. So, but how do the students even know too not to do it? I know you asked everybody that comes up to you about a medical marijuana card, but how do they know not to do that?
We try to tell them. I mean, we've kept those Cs and stuff out. I think colleges try to let them know, like, this isn't compatible. I've got pharmacists mad at me about that.
No, I could make a motion. I move that we request a statement in the affirmative that you have ceased using and will no longer use cannabis product. And that you submit to drug screen testing until we have 2 consecutive negative results for marijuana or marijuana products. I'm not going to include in the motion that, but I really would like to see you do a CE program, and if you put it together, contact me, I'll have you up in Harding, I'd love to have you do it.
Absolutely. And we're not giving her an order, right, we're just.
Be a letter. Yeah, like, I mean, cautionary letter, basically.
Okay, nothing disciplinary, okay.
Oh, I'll second. All right, have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Okay. David, gonna sign? You relief?
Yeah.
You didn't say anything, you have anything to say?
I'm just extremely proud of her.
Me too. Thank you. She's a great student. And she's a great employee, so, has been for over a year now. I feel like she deserved to be all the power that she is.
The vast majority of students are not running that for the sport. But you have carried yourself well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Before I choked up, I was going to say, not only am I extremely proud of her, I know how hard she has worked her entire life. I started with two. Just to give a little background, me, I worked with the federal government for 25 years, retired. COVID hit me and I quit my job. That's another long story. But from day one, when she get hold of pencil in her head. Moment she get hold of pencil. All about academics. So much so, my wife will probably laugh. They're gonna laugh at me. They almost have cried. And it's recording. They're, during school, just constantly pressing academics more so. I've never, you have to observe the word. She let you know what's going on. You really didn't have to ask how her whole process went as far. So I'm talking about first grade, second grade, third grade. She would let us know. And that's different because when you have other children, you just assume the other ones are going to kind of follow that same pattern. And that's not the case. Nothing against them, smart. All of them are smart. But just her story and what she's done to get to where she is right now. It scared us when she told us about this. I already knew about the anxiety and it kind of runs in our family a little bit. And I deal with it. I have to have something to help me sleep. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it starts with TRA. And it's a prescription drug. And it's just something that we deal with. But she is a very hard worker. And this is something that she kind of settled on being a pharmacist like in high school. And so she had her mind made up before she went to college. She just pressed. And so just to hear this and then what potentially could happen, it was just kind of, I don't know what could have happened, but the idea of coming before board, it was just,
it's a lot.
It was a lot. Because you can't help but to think of the worst and think about everything that she's done to get herself to this point. And as we were talking, this is, she started figuring out a way how she could transition this into the positive before we even got here today. So I can vouch for her reaction in wanting to do something and take it and make it bigger and stronger for some, to educate other people. She had already started talking about this in the moment that she's giving us the news. So she's already thinking, how can I make sure other students don't have to go through what I'm going? That's what I'm proud of.
and she got to hear all kinds of scary stories about the board of pharmacy at work.
I hope she can help others. And I was looking at you when you said, are you sure? I was like, I just don't know what you're asking. So you're gonna get it, and that's just what she is.
And if I can say, from the college perspective, I heard your point about educating students on CV. I've only been in my role for like 3 months now, so I'm gonna go back and look into how and where we're educating students. With your point.
And if you need me, they get here with that, they didn't really know any better.
If you need my help with anything, I'm open to it, so.
I think they'll be doing a CE presentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine is not proprietary. You can take anything out of that you want.
Okay.
So
I appreciate it.
I think that's all we have. Thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you. It was nice meeting y'all.
Nice to meet you.
I think that we're done. We kill it. Back in the morning.
Or